We can open this up. Okay. Fucking hell. Oh, by the way, I'm getting a new microphone soon, so I won't have to deal with this fucking annoying mount anymore. I bought it kind of half on accident because I put in a pretty low ball offer for a Shure SM7B, which is, in case you don't know, that's the microphone like everybody uses, right? That is the microphone. And for some reason the person accepted it, so I'll be getting that soon, like on the 17th or something. By the 22nd. 17th is the earliest. I haven't been streaming because I opened Minecraft and then I didn't do anything except play Minecraft for 3 days straight. Misclick. Shouldn't have opened it. The only reason I'm not playing now also is because I died while I was AFK. I was like just sitting AFK at my farm and I died somehow. A drown killed me somehow. And I lost all my good stuff because by the time I came back, all that stuff had despawned. So lost all my good stuff, and then yeah, I don't want to re-get it. It wouldn't be that hard to re-get it because we have XP farms, and like I like all I need to do is make more diamond tools and then set at our XP farm to get them re-enchanted, but it takes a while, so it's annoying. Okay. UK, and then I think France is what I want. Yeah, then Germany, Poland. Easy, not even hard. And there's a new weekly challenge because I haven't done anything except play Minecraft for the last week. People's Republic of China to Liberia in a perfectly straight line. I'm gonna. I don't even need Afghanistan. Okay. Oh no, what do I need then? Well, no, wait. Do I need? I'm gonna need Pakistan. I don't need Pakistan. Hold on. I'm gonna need Iran at least. I don't know what's up here, bro. It's all the stans, and I don't know them. Twitch is dead. Everyone come back to kick. We can be a racist here. True. Thank you, Tony. Thank you for the follow, LinRoma5. I appreciate it. Dude, I literally, it's like, these are the dumb countries. It's like Kyrgyzstan. Hello, welcome to the stream. And Kazakhstan and like all of these. There's like 7. How are you? I'm doing pretty good right now. How about you? Dude, I like what? Tajikistan. Knew it. Got it. Okay, this challenge is hard. You're fine. Well, wait, do I need? Okay, I'm assuming I don't need whatever countries there. At least I hope I don't. So I'm gonna need Syria and Iraq. Where are you from, bro? I'm from the United States in North Carolina. Not around Iraq. Do I need perfectly straight line? Perfectly straight line. Israel, Palestine, Jordan. Where are you guys from? What's your name? I'm non-fun. That's all you need to know. I don't. Okay. In a perfectly straight line, so they're not counting. So I don't need Egypt, right? do I need Egypt? I guess I want Egypt, yeah. I was being interviewed right now. I mean, that's just, I mean, this is how streaming works. It's nice. You talk to people and they ask you stuff. It's oh, wait, shit, not Algeria. Fucking, what do I need? Chad? Okay, Chad, and then, oh, I really don't know these countries. So I'm gonna need Mali, and then I don't even need Mali? Mauritania? Is that, I'm thinking of, that's a, okay, I don't even know. Nigeria, I think. What's your favorite food? I don't know if I have a favorite food. I don't need Nigeria. Oh, by the way, bro, you're a graphic designer? Oh, are you? Oh. What color socks do you wear? I only have black socks. I have one pair of blue socks and the rest of them are black. You're a graphic designer? Oh, did you come here to advertise your graphic design? Come on, man. Come on, man. I don't need any graphic design help. Look at this twerk break, bro. Does that look like I'm interested in artwork if I have twerk break? Come on, man. Come on, man. Look at this. Masterful piece of art. Oops. And parse black man egg gif. I don't know. I don't know what country. Gabon. No, Gabon's lower. Let us see your portfolio at least. I really, okay. Outline. I don't know. Bikini Faso. I failed. God damn. I did not do good in this challenge. Ivory Coast. Hold on. Watch me do a good one real quick. So I can save myself from a little bit of embarrassment. Oh, wait. Well, Sweden, and then Denmark, and then Germany. Does Germany border Luxembourg? Yeah, it does. Okay, good. Easy. PPG still king? I mean, I beat him unanimously by unanimous decision in the debate we had. So, I mean, that's something. And then he had a bit of a meltdown after I left. And then I joined and I yelled at him more. Okay. We're starting with this today. Here's a quick blog post. Mass deportation would accomplish nothing. Trump's signature policy would frighten Americans without improving the immigration situation. I'm just kidding, bro. I would never tell you this again, but you're way smarter than all of them combined. Ah, thank you, Cowabunga. Okay. I won't make you tell me again ever. This guy probably isn't a graphic designer. Graphic designer is a polio and doesn't beg and kick chats. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've never, like, seen... Like, there are so many people that come in there like, I'm a graphic designer. You want me to design stream overlays for you, bro? I don't know. Like, I don't know if it ever works. I don't know if they're not actually graphic designers and, like, trying to somehow scam me, or if like, something works on some people. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what their strategy is. Not sure how much of a compliment that is. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Ever since Kamala Harris replaced Joe Biden, the Democrats shifted to sunny, positive vibes. I've started to see people criticize the Harris campaign for being light on substance, which is, I mean, true. For example, in his response to my post, Tyler Cohen wrote that now the Democrats are trying to win with a brat and vibes only strategy and no real policy positions. And Wesley Yang declared that the Dems are running a vapid substance-free campaign. Considering the cumulative total of the intelligence is, yeah, it's not very high. That seems a little unfair to me. Joe Biden, well, we're not talking about Biden, we're talking about Harris, but Joe Biden has done much substantive stuff in his 4 years as president that all Kamala Harris really has to do is promise to stay in the course of things like the CHIPS Act, Inflation Reduction Act, and student loan forgiveness/reform, healthcare subsidies, export controls, friendshoring, tariffs, border controls, etc. I've generated over 500 works via Midjourney. I'm still a graphic designer myself. What's up, Trail? Welcome. In order to be a very substantive candidate, this is not to say that I agree with all those positions, but I think it's unfair to assume that the Harris policy program starts from zero with no carryover from Biden's. Kamala's current vibes-only campaign is really about promising Americans an exit from the unrest of the 2010s, and right now is arguably a lot more important than any wonky proposals. Many good and substantive things become possible in a calmer, more normal nation. I don't even I saw Kamala came out for her own original policy position, no tax on tips. That was funny. Here's blindsided Democrats with no tax and tips plan. But yeah, she came out a few days ago with her policy nobody's heard of before. Yeah, Trump basically a few months ago or whatever said, "Hey, I'll do no tax on tips." And now Kamala Harris has apparently endorsed it. Kamala being your girl boss. I mean, there's no reason not to do it because it will never pass the Senate. The Senate is not going to vote on a no tax on tips bill. Who? Because it is dumb. Like, there's just no, like, if you want to help poor people, not taxing tips is just like a really ineffective way to help poor people. Like, you're not actually, like, you're helping like 2% of the workforce and you're punishing people who don't get tips relative to people who do get tips. And a lot of the reason that fucking progressive people don't like or want it is like, oh, they don't like tips or whatever. Like, it's unfair to tipped workers that they earn so little and then just have to rely on tips. Motherfucker, you're incentivizing people to get tips. Now, like service workers in like California or whatever, they already like passed legislation there where they don't rely on tips, right? They have to get paid a living wage. Now you're punishing those workers. Now those workers are going to start demanding tips because they're not taxed on tips. Like it's dumb. It's just not a good way. It's just not a good way to do anything. You're incentivizing as many jobs to accept tips as you want, right? The word is unfair. The guy asking you if you want paper or plastic isn't performing at a high level as a server. I think the server shouldn't be taxed. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I care about that. I don't know if I care about who's working hard or not. The point of the policy is supposed to be like it's something that help low income people. Is that not the point? Is the point there's research that black people get less in tips. Why on earth would no tax on tips be the policy to help with that? That I don't see how that helps in any substantive way. Yeah. Is it like just why wouldn't you just do like you just increase if you want to just increase the standard deduction or like do some type of negative income tax or do some type of UBI or like do like any number of things or do like earned income tax credits, like literally. Someone who does Uber, I technically wouldn't mind no taxation on my top. Yeah, on your tips. Yeah. Trump's no taxing tips policy. It wouldn't benefit tips workers. Few of those workers are paid for a full 40-hour work week. Looking at self-reported incomes for all kinds. I don't even know if I like. When you start working and see what Uncle Sam takes, you're gonna get drafted into the nothing about what I said. It contradicts like whatever your shit is about like low taxes or whatever. I'm just saying no tax and tips. It's just a dumb way to do that. If you want to lower taxes on poor people, great, then do that. Just like there's no good reason to not tax tips. I don't see any good reason that they shouldn't be taxable income. And then again, you're punishing people based on what type of job they have, which like doesn't seem to really make sense to me. And you're incentivizing more people to take tips. You're like, I mean, you're going to incentivize avoidance. Really, it's going to. I was going to say avoidance, but it's going to be like Now people at Food Lion are going to start fucking demanding tips, bro. People at grocery stores are going to start demanding tips because they're not taxing tips. Lawyers are going to fucking demand tips. Like, you're just creating a massive incentive to have more tip jobs, which is probably not the direction we should be moving. And it just doesn't help that many people. That's a ridiculous jump in logic. What was a ridiculous jump in logic? Cost of government more than 100 billion to 200 billion. It is currently projected to national debt over 10 years. It's just like not an insane amount of money to add to do that. Not taxing tips will create more tip jobs. I don't see how you're right about that. Wait, you understand if you're not taxed on tips, like workers are going to be heavily incentivized to take jobs that accept tips, right? They're going to want their jobs to be tip jobs. That's what every worker is going to want if they're not taxed on tips. So they're going to start. That creates a massive incentive for more tip jobs to be created. Don't do the Destiny thing where you act shocked and respond with a question. You just explain your logic and we go from there. Yeah, that Destiny thing. Okay, dude. It's unbelievably obvious that there's a bigger incentive for tip jobs if you don't tax tips. That is like literally, or I was going to say that's the point, but that is like the direct effect of it. Most people thought it was a silly idea when Trump did it. I'm going to endorse it. I think she just endorsed it to take it off the table. I don't think it's a serious thing, he added. The real question is the sub-minimum wage and whether you're going to raise sub-minimum wage and overcome the opposition of the restaurant lobby. And she's raising it in the federal minimum wage itself. That's another policy. You just increase the minimum wage. Although nobody fucking earns minimum wage anymore. It doesn't matter. Tip minimum wage workers in some states earn as little as $2.13 an hour. I don't agree. It looks like employers have started adding tips options more widely more widely than before, and taxes are still tipped. You mean tips are still taxed? Okay. These don't preclude each other at all. It can be the case that more and more jobs are accepting tips. Okay, that's true. But you understand, not taxing tips will only make that problem worse because now workers want their jobs to be tipped. Like they're directly incentivized to accept tip jobs. Like the National Restaurant Association points at tip workers in restaurants are guaranteed to make $7.25 an hour. If they don't make enough in tips to reach that threshold, the owner is required by law to make up the difference. This is also true in cities and states where the minimum wage is above federal minimum wage. But that's the thing. The media relations director of the National Restaurant Association said in research that the median hourly income of tip service was $27 an hour, with top earners making more than $41 an hour. Oh, that's probably, I'm assuming, those are fancy ass restaurants, but. Harris has said an announcement that not taxing tipped wages highlighted that progressives don't know whether she'll embrace other tax policies favored by Trump. She said, we don't know. I just don't even know, like, what percent of jobs are tipped. It's got to be less than 5%, right? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's more than that. The poverty rates. Tipping thrives because of multiple unique cultural trends revolving in restaurants, bars, and deliveries. Even if hypothetically you could start tipping your lawyer, whatever, it doesn't mean that catch on becomes standard. But you're increasing the incentive to do that. I probably wouldn't become as standard as tipping delivery people and fucking what is it, and restaurant workers. But you're increasing the incentive to do that. It's just like not a very good. It's just not a very good. Like, what are you accomplishing with no tax and tips? Why wouldn't you just do? Why wouldn't you just do like literally anything else to help low income people that don't have these types of problems? And then you're punishing California. No tax and tips was less money from for Shaniqua from Uncle Sam, welfare queens, non-fond, the enemy, the working man. You just want to decrease revenue. That's your argument. Your argument is that you want no tax and tips because you don't want as much money going to the government. Yes, welfare queens, dude. Enemy of the working man. I was gonna California food minimum wage. Didn't California like already pass this legislation that California's new $20 minimum for fast food workers set to take effect on April 1st. Yeah, like you're punishing now. You're punishing with no tax and tips. You're punishing people in states like California, which have already passed policy limiting tipped workers relative to workers in like South Carolina that aren't I think there's good arguments for tips being banned because of equal protections. I mean, actually, maybe because isn't disparate impact part of the equal protection thing? Maybe you're right, Tron. Yeah, you're punishing workers in South Carolina relative to workers in fucking like California or Oregon or other states that have passed this progressive policies. Anyway. Meanwhile, we ought to be fair and point out Trump's campaign and the only Republican agenda itself, notably, is light on substance. There were really only two important proposals, very high tariffs and immigration restriction. I dealt with tariffs in my last post, so let's talk about immigration restrictions. Biden has recently gotten tough on the border, implementing restrictions on asylum seeking that are fairly similar to what Trump did in his first term, which also seem to have been fairly effective so far. If you don't count, got it ways. If tips got banned, you'd notice a steep decline in the type of service you get. I think having tips is a good incentive at times. Just have a good hourly wage to go with it. I don't know. The issue is like because service workers rely on tips, like there's like no matter how bad your service is, you're always tipping like a minimum 10 to 15%. Like nobody's like not tipping their waiter because the service is bad or whatever because people know they rely on it, right? That's the issue with the incentives right now. Yeah. Nobody would logically dispute a young 25-year-old hot woman is going to make more tips than a 60-year-old woman. I mean, true, yeah. I tip 20% of the standard regardless of what the person looks like. Well, yeah, exactly. Trump and his allies completing a far more radical policy, mass deportation sweeps. Here's a Wall Street Journal article from May. Donald Trump's allies are drawing up detailed proposals to implement the presumptive Republican presidential nominees' plans for unprecedented immigration control, including an effort which would deport asylum seekers to other countries, according to people involved in the effort. Cadre of former Trump administration officials, Trump supporters, and conservative immigration walks are writing executive orders, policy memos, and other documents in a bid to transform campaign rhetoric into policy. The goal, the people said, is to be ready in the first day of a Trump presidency to stem the flow of migrants across the U.S.-Mexico border and lay the groundwork for what the former president has said would be the largest mass deportation in U.S. history. In addition to recruiting enough manpower to arrest migrants and opening up enough detention space to hold them, the executive actions that Trump's advisors are planning are intended to circumvent legal constraints on deportations without actions from Congress. I think one of terrible service like 10%. Yeah, like I don't think I've ever like tipped less because of bad service. I don't know. I don't know if I remember it, but I just don't think like nobody does that because they rely on tips. Like if it's just like a social stigma, like you're just perceived as an asshole if you don't tip well, even if they're bad at whatever. It's exceedingly right. Yeah. Okay. It isn't just Trump contemplating his actions. As the article makes clear, a large number of conservative think tanks and advisors are united on the need to plan a mass deportation campaign. Trump's running mate J.D. Vance has said that we should start deporting with a million people. Meanwhile, the GOP party platform, which I analyzed in a post a month ago, constantly mentions immigrants as the root of many of America's ills. Few experts, and my apologies for the bizarre capitalization. Did you read the actual whole thing? Oh, fuck, we might want to read this later, too. Tipping is harmless. Personally, I have no issue with tips. We need taxes on taxes to function the lives of everyday people. Just make taxes affordable. Don't get rid of tipping tax. Yeah. I don't see, like, there's good... Like, we divide between types of income in our tax code, right? Like, we separate between... like, labor income, like normal income, and, like, capital income. And there's like good reasons to do that because you want to, usually we want to tax capital income less because we want to incentivize people to save more and invest more. And that's the point of the taxing capital income less. And like there are two different like distinct types of income. Labor income is just like what you get from working normally. Capital income is got from like appreciating asset prices. I don't see a good reason why like tips are that distinguishable from regular income. Like I don't see why we need to put them in a different bucket of income. Yeah. Welcome, by the way, Ricky. We must deport the millions of illegal migrants who Joe Biden has deliberately encouraged to invade our country. Republicans will secure the border, deport illegal aliens, and reverse the Democrats' open border policies that have driven up the cost of housing, sure, education, and healthcare for American families. The Republican Party is committed to sending illegal aliens back home and removing those who have violated our laws. Republicans offer an aggressive plan to stop the open border policies that have opened the floodgates to a tidal wave of illegal aliens, deadly drugs, and migrant crime. Republicans will protect Medicare's finances from being financially crushed by Democrats' plan to add tens of millions of new illegal immigrants to the rolls in Medicare. Republicans will extend will end luxury housing and taxpayer benefits for illegal migrants and use those savings to shelter and treat homeless veterans. Oh, I'm sure you will. I'm sure. I've lost so much faith in the Supreme Court. True, and I think it's all doable for Trump. But if Biden did an identical action, the Supreme Court would block him. Well, maybe. What's funny is I think there's a really good argument to be had that a lot of Biden's border policies are illegal. Like that asylum ban that he did after the asylum ban that he did is almost certainly illegal. I think there's a very strong argument to be made that it's illegal. I don't see a way it really could be legal, but nobody cares to do anything about it. The June 4th executive order asylum ban. Nathan hates Americans. He wants the third world to come here and take away grandma's Medicare. What a sick fuck. True. That's exactly what I wrote. I ignore the fact that like immigrants also work and contribute to the country, and I mean you can make that exact argument for why we shouldn't have. You can make the same argument for and say like Americans should stop having children because the new child will take away Medicare resources from from current existing U.S. From the existing U.S. population. I don't know if he would have done those executive orders if he didn't think he would have blocked. Maybe. Okay. In other words, Republicans, not just Trump, generally did a mass detention campaign would save Medicare, reduce the cost of housing, education and healthcare, and improve government finances and so on. Pretty much all this complete nonsense. I'm not going to spend too much time doing armchair psychology on the people who think deportation sweeps would make America a paradise. I don't think that is complicated. I don't think it's that complicated. The conservative movement's ideas are in flux right now. And the one thing they can all agree is that they don't like illegal immigration. And there's a tendency to blame any and all problems on things they don't like. It's like it's a little bit like what progressives do with billionaires and corporate power. But it's just wrong. Deportation sweeps, even if they were successful, would not make America a better place. The economic benefits would likely be negative overall, while the act of deporting millions of people would just stir up more unrest, fear, and hate. In fact, America discovered this in the 2010s. There were much easier and more effective ways of getting illegal immigrants out of the country. Oh yeah, easy. Okay. They're disproportionately nurses. They're disproportionately healthy. Who? Immigrants? Or there is data to suggest that immigrants actually use less healthcare benefits than the native population. Also disproportionately young. Yeah, you're talking about immigrants, right? Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Maybe we should just add this to the immigration notes. If it's just like a blog post, usually I don't like write that much stuff down, but I think maybe we'll write a few bullet points. So. Mass deportation would not reduce the cost of living. True. It'd be inflationary, actually, but anyway. We'll read about it. I'm sure I'll bring it up. But Trump tried to carry out mass deportations in his first term, fizzled out. Deportations were scattered and small in size. In fact, deportations actually fell from where they had been under Obama for reasons I'll discuss in a bit. But it's not utterly inconceivable that mass deportation campaign could kick out 1 million people of the country. The U.S. deported that many during the Depression, and about that many again in the 1950s. So let's assume, for the sake of argument, Trump's deportation campaign would succeed in deporting 1 million people. What would get better? First, let's talk about the cost of living. There's really not much difference between illegal immigrants and any other mostly low-income immigrants, e.g. refugees, in terms of economics here. And we have plenty of good reasons, plenty of good ideas of how the economics of low-income immigration works. In 2020, I wrote a post explaining that immigration is both a labor supply shock and a consumer demand shock. Basically, immigrants, A, compete with native-born workers for jobs, but also B, buy a lot of stuff. And that stuff requires labor to produce, so immigrants increase labor demand. The empirical evidence, some of which is from actual U.S. mass deportation campaign in the 50s, shows that when it comes to wages, the increase in labor demand and supply, labor supply, roughly cancel each other out. Immigrants push wages down by competing in jobs, or by competing with locals, but they push wages up by buying stuff, and in the end, the total effect on wages is not much. Not fun is base. True. Thank you, Copen. Okay, welcome back. The solution is to find some way to have people, is to make people have babies, which like people try. It usually doesn't work. We've never been successful at that. Yes, thank you. Yes. Yes, I should have finished the sentence. The other solution is death panels, and we need to stop trying to save 90-year-olds. True. 90-year-olds, not 90-year-olds. Yeah. I was gonna look something up. Yeah. I don't think we ever read this, but South Korea baby policy. The economist. I think South Korea, if you add up all the benefits you get, it's like $60,000 per baby, and it still doesn't do anything. South Korea is contemplating handouts worth a staggering $70,000 for each baby. They just don't tend to work. Which in South Korea, there's probably other issues stopping it. Or I think in South Korea, actually, the big issue is like people just don't have enough time and money to have that many kids anymore. Part of it is like as countries develop, people just have people have less kids because people used to have more kids because some of them would die early on, so you would have more. And then as we developed, less kids died, so people just started having less kids. Part of it is you used to have kids to like work on your fucking farm in some countries. So you had to have kids so they could work the farm and you could afford to live. You don't need to do that anymore. And part of it is it like in places like South Korea, I think it's probably less true in the US. Like the cost of living is like already high enough that people just don't have the time and money for kids. Immigrants don't. I haven't been fucking streaming, so I don't know. So my typing's even worse. I don't reduce wages. To a very meaningful degree. Since they are both they are really, it's a positive supply shock, right? He doesn't say positive or negative, but it would be a positive supply shock and a positive consumer demand shock. So what is said about immigration affecting the local cost of living? The same exact logic applies. Immigrants raise consumer demand by buying stuff, housing, healthcare, food, etc. These prices should go up. In the case of housing, it definitely does. Are you vegan yet? Not yet. Although I think I've been vegan. Oh no, I haven't been vegan today. I know Monster is vegan, and except for Monster Java isn't vegan. I think there's one type of Monster that isn't vegan. I did eat a Mediterranean sandwich from Panera Bread that had feta cheese in it. So I guess I have not been vegan all today. But Panera Bread is way overpriced. Well, I mean, I didn't pay for it. It was like extra catering shit that we brought home. Price should go up. In the case of housing, it definitely does. But at the same time, labor supply pushes down the cost of lots of other stuff, childcare, construction, lawn care, and so on. Prices for those things should go down. The overall effect in cost of living should be relatively small. Just like the effect of overall wages. Oh, is this just about housing supply? I think the other thing is life used to be more enjoyable. It used to be you want to have an enjoyable life and have kids. End of story. Sorry, if you wanted to have a more enjoyable life, you had kids. End of story. It was for a woman. Maybe. I mean, pretty sure if we look at happiness indexes and depression rates, we have been on a negative trend there. Oh, it's really about immigration and housing, not just supply. Switzerland. The overall effect on cost of living. When deporting, immigrants would be low. Since although... Hi Jared, what's up, Ness? So they increase the price of something slightly. I'm typing this from my new laptop. Can this one actually run Minecraft? I think we can see like 20 minutes. Well, what is it? It should be, if it's like a new laptop. I don't know if there's any new laptops that can't run Minecraft better than your fucking 13-inch MacBook Air. It's the newest MacBook? Oh, then it definitely can run, at least. Although I don't know if it can run Minecraft Bedrock, which is what we've been playing, because Kaio and Zach want to get all the Bedrock achievements. Or what do we call it? The MacBook. They're all at the M3 or whatever. Sorry to hear you got a MacBook. I know. I can't believe that they. I'm pretty sure like the M3 chip is pretty good. So I want a different one, but my grandma's really cheap. MacBooks. There's no way MacBooks are cheaper. Hey, I have a Mac. It's cool. Oh, Captain. Okay. Oh, my entire opinion has changed on you. Oh. Oh, what is wrong with you guys? Oh, what the hell? Unless your job is like, I don't even like people say Macs are better for productivity. I don't believe them. I don't believe that at all. Like, I'm a graphic designer and I need my and Mac is better for Mac is better for video. I don't believe them. Mainly because of plugins. Okay, you know how many plugins I use for shit like Adobe Premiere Pro, and I don't think I have any Photoshop plugins, but like that don't work on Mac, and they only have or OBS even that don't work on Mac. I just don't believe you. Rather have a 600-pound Dell laptop or something. Okay, if it's if you need like a portable laptop, okay, and you need like a MacBook Air for like a for like someone that's super slim, maybe I can see that. That's never like that's not a use case I ever have. I don't really care. I just play The Sims all day. Or if you just play The Sims, you know what? That's bad. I don't know. It just kills me. Kind of common sense that if you have more workers, you can do more stuff. Well, I mean, yeah, literally. My favorite thing to do. My favorite thing to do, okay? And any immigration argument, it's just to draw the PPF curve, okay? This is the PPF curve, okay? We got guns, we got guns and we got butter, okay? And this is for the US, all the things the US can produce, okay? Wow, look at this writing, guys. Let me in my mouth, obviously, so. Okay? And then here's what more immigrants do, okay? So, I turned off autocorrect. Yeah, I can tell. See, this is what more immigrants do, okay? Look, this curve, all the guns and butter we can produce goes out. I use Linux throughout college. You hate yourself. That's just self-harm. I don't know what's up with that. And then this is what deporting migrants will do. See, this is actually like one of the worst things. See, this actually is like evil. Making like you're just decreasing the PPF curve. You should be Muhammad Abbas thesis on dude. Twitch would ban me. Isn't it literally like Holocaust denial? I would imagine. I don't know. I don't even know if I could. See a relationship between Nazism and Zionism. I mean, this is fucking Israel. I don't know if I trust this new site. That looks horrible. I'm a hacker. America grows so fast if we type some type of banning insane zoning laws. You know what? Guess what? Okay, Yimby Biden has emerged. Okay, initially he made that deal with like AOC and Bernie Sanders where they would support his re-election campaign in exchange for Biden doing more progressive things on rent control. Okay, Biden dropped out anyway. Okay, thank God. Now we have Kamala. All right. And guess what? Gimby Biden has emerged. Biden fact sheet zoning. He's here. Okay. This was a wait. There was a newer one. Gimby Biden. There wasn't even this one. I remember. Hold on. This 1 day ago. Good inflation report today. I saw, yeah, 2.9%. Beat expectations. I've been arguing with people about it on Twitter. Biden-Harris administration takes new actions to lower housing costs by cutting red tape to build more housing. Big rate cuts on the way, hopefully. I think we're actually going to read some of this today because it seemed interesting. This is like a really short thing. I've already read this part. This was a really interesting argument to me. A target for 2% inflation is better than a target of 2.0. Because right now, the Fed doesn't target 2% inflation. It targets 2.00000% inflation, right? There's a reasonable argument the Fed should increase the target rate to inflation to, say, 4%, because doing so would ensure the zero lower bound interest rates bind less frequently. I'm ambivalent about this conclusion, and I won't debate that here today. However, I feel strongly that a 2% target is superior to a target of 2.0%. The difference between these targets, of course, is a number of significant digits. If you recall some science class you had in high school, you likely learned that the number of digits a person report should reflect the precision of his or her estimates. Central bankers often forget that lesson. They sometimes speak as if they are targeting the inflation rate of 2.00%. Nice job destroying the debate on the boss. What do you mean? Oh, fuck, I got a DM of a new time. My fucking grandparents were here. But this is a interesting argument. I think we probably should be doing that. Maybe the Fed should even ditch a specific number and instead offer a range, as some other central banks do. The Fed could say, for example, that it wants to keep an inflation rate between 1 and 3. Made your opponent look like clowns? I mean, Bimmy is a clown. No offense. You know what's funny, though? I respect Bimmy more than almost anybody else in that server, because he's voting for Kamala Harris, and none of the other people will, okay? So, I don't care. Okay, anyway. News outlets, however, are not ignored as part of the story. For example, here's a story from NBC. Economists increasingly believe that a post-pandemic surge in immigration is a key reason the economy has been able to grow steadily, true, without pushing inflation higher, as the new arrivals helped employers fill roles of levels of pay that have kept a lid on overall price growth. I do have more respect for Bimmy than all the tankies. True, yes, I admit, he actually has a job. There's that also. In a note to clients published Friday, titled "Why we've had both strong growth and lower inflation," Goldman Sachs chief U.S. economist David Merkel said rising immigration had boosted labor force growth. As a result, the strong demand that consumers continue to exhibit elsewhere is unlikely to raise prices by much, if at all, he said. The Brookings Institute, a nonpartisan think tank, came to a similar conclusion earlier this month, saying the economy can now tolerate a more brisk pace of job growth without adding to cost concerns. The time to sue is in the planning stage. Oh, right to build laws. Okay. If you start building, nobody can sue you to stop. Based. Turn all the Burger Kings into affordable housing. Oh, wait, I was going to show you that. We need to start. I do want re-education camps for macroeconomics, okay? Like, the amount of just dumb... I can't believe this has 57 likes, dude. Inflation dropped to 2.9% in July, another data point in support of coming rate cuts. Okay, like this is a descriptive statement. Everything in this statement is descriptively true. Like there's no There's no prescriptive statement here. And everyone just get, not inflation, the rate of inflation. We still have that 20% overall inflation built up over 2021 and 2022. But no one wants to talk about that. Yet the media celebrates when the rate decreases 0.1%. Like, holy shit. Yeah. Inflation is the rate of price increases. You're talking about cumulative inflation. If you want to get rid of that cumulative inflation, I encourage you to Google deflationary spiral. Like, yeah, there's so many dumb fucking people. Like, I don't. We're supposed to get excited about 2.9%. If the economy's doing great, why cut rates? Like, what an unbelievably dumb statement. My mic stand is falling. You know, I should probably get a new mic stand too, but I just spent all my money on a new microphone. I have to get back to work. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by, Left Hand 07. Appreciate you being here, loyal viewer. Corporate greed. Here's USA Today. Yeah, I don't care. Quote article. So overall, immigration affecting cost of living, whether positive or negative, is probably very small. That means that mass deportation sweep is incredibly unlikely to affect the overall cost of living in America. It'll probably make rent cheaper in immigration-heavy areas thanks to the sudden surge of vacancies, but probably make food and other goods more expensive nationwide thanks to the sudden shortage of workers. Yeah, that's true, but also like it's not even just well, no, he's right. Yeah, okay, no, because I was gonna say, like, you're literally directly disrupting production of these goods, so you're all that's gonna be inflationary. Noah Smith has Paul Krugman for young liberals. He is, yeah. That's why I love him so much. I am the young liberal, although I do also have Paul Krugman. I gotta read. I gotta read more Krugman. Because Sample told me he was reading Pop Internationalism, and I think I want to read. I think I probably want to read that because I need my pro globalization, eating bugs, talking points nailed down for the future. Okay, mass deportation would not save government money. I read Return of Depression Economics, but I don't know. It was okay. I have that book. I read like the first 20 pages or something. I think I have it back there. I don't have it up here anymore. I probably will read all that on stream one time. Listen, you're an MMTer, so like you're. I would assume you would agree with a lot of the stimulus things in it, but I'm pretty sure a lot of it is. It defends George Soros with this night, which is nice. Why does it defend George? What is it? Why does he even bring him up? What? Anyway, what about fiscal costs? Would mass deportation improve the government's fiscal position? Certainly, big surges in immigration put a strain on local government finances in areas that receive them. Witness what happened in New York City when red state governors sent large numbers of asylum seekers there, and the city struggled to house and care for all of them. Local fiscal impacts are real costs of uncontrolled immigration, but when it comes to national fiscal impacts, immigrants, even illegal ones, are probably net positive. 2016 report by the National Academy of Sciences found that immigration's fiscal impact is relatively it's positive for everyone except the very least educated immigrants. Wait, fiscal impact? 75-year consolidated. Oh, okay. But they didn't even like another thing. Like this will show like there's a negative cost for the less than high school educated people. You also have to consider if they have children, then those children will, in theory, contribute and then pay back what their parents took. Usually that's what happens. George Soros profited heavily off of a lot of East Asian countries that fix their currency to the dollar by betting against them. He's often blamed for their downfall, but Krugman says this problems are systematic. There's no way he singularly could have been responsible for their downfall. Unless you're doing, like, literally some insane level of Jewish cabal conspiracy there. We're going to also have a positive fiscal impact overall. Asylum seekers, like the ones currently pouring over the US-Mexico border, are probably disproportionately likely to not have finished high school, but still many have. Pew finds that among immigrants from Mexico and Central America, about half have completed high school. So a large positive contribution from the more educated migrants will tend to cancel out the small negative contributions of the less educated migrants. When he did manage a lot of money, and so he may have started a tide of investors to swing against them. Personally, I don't buy it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. What is his net worth? It's not like over 10 billion, is it? Or maybe it is actually. Yeah, it's 6.7 billion. Like, there's no way. Although, I mean, it's East Asian countries, so they're smaller. 6 million in 1945, 15 million in 2024. Horrible shit. But what? What are those numbers referring to? Also, welcome back, Texas for Biden. Also, possible to Nats underestimated the positive physical impact of low-skilled immigrants. Remember when the welfare reform bill signed by Bill Clinton in 1996? Immigrants could not get most welfare because it benefits from the federal government. This limits the fiscal downside at a federal level, and people who are in the country illegally get even less. The GOP party platform claims that illegal immigrants are being added to Medicare. That's simply false. They're not eligible for Medicare and Social Security. Oh, welcome to the stream, Redtron7. This 14-second clip is the only one you need to prove globalization. Drew! 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 That's accurate. Colas and Sachs 2020 theorized that the indirect fiscal effects of low-skilled immigration through business expansion that their labor allows compensates for any fiscal drain. So I think it's at about half of the asylum seekers. Coming from the US-Mexico border, coming from the southern border. Have graduated high school. The welfare reform bill signed by Bill Clinton. Immigrants cannot get most welfare benefits from their government. The war coming maybe between the U.S., Russia, between U.S. and Russia, U.S. and China. I mean, shit is happening with Russia, Ukraine, and with Israel, Palestine. There's a decent chance that we'll get a ceasefire relatively soon. So we'll see how that pans out. I imagine if we get a ceasefire, there won't be any more shit really happening there. And if we don't, it's possible it could escalate with Iran, because Iran still hasn't really responded to Israel's Hayani assassination. So, how many Americans are being wasted on fast food when they should be becoming cybersecurity experts at drone pilots? Literal war. Mediation talk for ceasefire agreement. Wait, when is this? This is today. Okay. High stakes Gaza ceasefire talks resume this week. You're the main obstacles to a deal. It's just, I'm pretty sure the obstacle is still, it's the same sticking point it's always been. Netanyahu wants a temporary ceasefire at most, if he even wants one at all. And Hamas wants a permanent ceasefire. Finally, a three-phase proposal the administration said was submitted by Israel that would pair the release of hostages from Gaza with a full and complete ceasefire and a release of Palestinian prisoners held in Israel. First phase would include the withdrawal of Israeli forces from all the populated areas in Gaza and a release of a number of hostages, including women, the elderly, the wounded, in exchange for the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners and the implementation of a temporary truce. Phase 2 would allow for the exchange and release of all remaining living hostages, including male soldiers, and a permanent end to the fighting. So this is Biden's permanent one. Yeah. Phase 3, a major reconstruction plan for Gaza that would commence and any final remains of the hostages who have been killed will be returned to the family, the US president said. It's unclear how many of the original hostages set for release are still alive. Hamas and Israel have been engaged in tedious negotiations for months. Officials from Qatar and Egypt act as intermediaries, delivering messages to Israel and Hamas. Representatives in a shuttle-style diplomacy, since representatives from the warring parties are not at the same location, present at the same location. Technical teams have flown out in and out of Doha and Cairo to iron out details for a potential agreement. Despite initial positive reaction from Hamas and Israel, both sides failed to agree on the implementation of the final detailed proposal, including sequencing the hostage prisoner exchange, the number of Palestinian prisoners to be released, and how far back Israeli forces should withdraw in Gaza. Netanyahu has been accused of undermining the deal as far-right members of his ruling coalition threatened to collapse the government despite pressure from the U.S. and families of the hostages. Last month, the prime minister reversed a key Israeli concession in ceasefire negotiations, demanding that armed men be barred from returning to northern Gaza during an eventual ceasefire. An Israeli source familiar with the talks told CNN. Armed men be barred from returning to northern Gaza. Okay. That seems like a weird hill to die on. Israel previously agreed to allow Palestinians unrestricted access to northern Gaza. Netanyahu's office on Tuesday rejected claims that the prime minister had changed positions, saying his most recent stance does not introduce extra conditions and certainly does not contradict or undermine the May proposal. Netanyahu's office instead accused Hamas of adding unrealistic demands to his position. Prime Minister's office also addressed the three contentious issues in negotiations, including the movement of armed men from the south to the north, the number of living hostages to be released, and Israel's right to approve Palestinian prisoners that will be released, as well as whether they should be sent into exile. A U.S. senior administration official speaking to reporters this week said the bulk of the work has been done for the deal, but it's unlikely that it will be signed at Thursday's meeting, as both sides still have positions on 4 or 5 issues. Regional diplomat familiar with negotiations told CNN the remaining sticking points for Hamas are Israel's restriction on the movement of people from southern Gaza to the north, its demand for a veto over which Palestinian prisoners would be released, as well as its continued presence at the Philadelphia corridor and the Rafah border crossing with Egypt. I understand your reeling is probably already too far gone. Oh, sorry, too long and ever expanding. But this book I'm reading called "The Price of Peace." I feel like I've heard of that. By Zachary Carter is very well. It's a very well written biography of Keynes. Made many best nonfiction lists the year it came out. How long is it? $650. Maybe one day. Maybe we'll read parts of it. Okay, it's written down. Everything to talk brought in by the three mediators who issued a rare choice statement last week, calling on the warring parties to return to negotiations and offer what they called a final bridge proposal to overcome remaining sticking points. The details of the proposal have not been made public. Once you get on the Adderall trail. Being that, we got totally sidetracked by ceasefire negotiations, but less flexible? Just say it, New York Times. Israel is sabotaging a ceasefire deal. Israel has been sabotaging efforts for peace since long before the beginning of its latest round of slaughter in Gaza. The New York Times has had to tell inconvenient troops regarding Israel, the preferred partner crime in the United States, and the recipient of billions upon billions of dollars in American aid and weaponry. However, just because the U.S. Newspaper hold on. This is listed as an opinion thing. I was just curious if this was listed as a opinion thing or a like actual article. Because with Al Jazeera, goes into the record to tell the truth doesn't mean it doesn't mean it has to do it in a straightforward way. Blah blah blah. Oh, the kids playing football. Oh, 100. There's no way it's 186,000, right? That's all high because the official toll does not take into account thousands of dead and buried under rubble and the indirect deaths due to okay. If you count indirect deaths, then maybe, I guess. Food distribution system out of public destruction. Okay, anyway, so let's do federal fiscal downside. Do we write that? And then these people, they arrested the indirect fiscal effects of low-skilled immigration through business expansion or labor allows compensate for any fiscal drain. Evans and Fitzgerald estimate that refugees specifically end up contributing about $21,000 or more to the government than they take out over their first 20 years in the country. So deportation would it might take some fiscal pressure off local governments, but it'll probably make the federal government situations worse. He didn't even include the CBO's estimates for it. If you look up CBO, immigration, 900 billion deficit. I think they estimate that, lowered by 900 billion. As a result of the immigration surge, GDP will be about 8.9 trillion. The federal government tax revenues by 1.2 trillion over the 2024 to 34 period. Deficit will be lowered by about 900 billion. Mass deportation would not reduce crime. How about crime? Texas keeps records of the immigrant status of everyone they arrest, so it's usual to look Texas to adjust criminality of illegal immigrants. I mean, we've read all this shit. They don't illegal immigrants tend to commit less crime. Light, he and Robbie, 2020, found that Texas illegal immigrants are arrested for felonies at lower rates than native-borns. Immigration would also not deportations. Unlikely to reduce crime. Illegal immigrants tend to commit less crime than natives. Anyway, pretty sure you've literally read this study before. There's pretty good data, but for what it's worth, the Marshall Project also found that cities that had big surge in illegal immigration didn't have more crime from 2007 to 2016. Cities that experienced high levels of immigration have not seen a spike in crime. Mass deportation is unlikely to have an effect on crime either. In other words, despite the claims of Trump and the GOP, mass deportation is unlikely to yield much benefit to the Americans. Deportation sweeps would frighten Americans and stir up unrest. The economic and security benefits of mass deportation are effectively non-existent, but it's also important to consider cost. Most of these costs, what's going on? What's up, Shane Gang? Welcome back. Also important to consider cost. Most of these costs are psychological in nature. Finding people to deport would require deep intrusion into communities across America. To understand why, we have to understand what kind of migrants a mass deportation campaign would target. People who would be deported by Trump's policy are not the asylum seekers they get in the news. Most of them are now here in the country illegally because they turned themselves into Border Patrol and are waiting their asylum hearings. People in this country are illegal and whom the Trump campaign would target have mostly been here many years and are embedded invisibly within cities and neighborhoods across America. What it looks like for ICE to go into these communities across America looking for undocumented people to deport. Well, to know what it would look like, we know what it would look like because a few such raids happened during Trump's first term. For example, in 2019, there was a big raid that deported a few hundred people in Mississippi for targeting their places of work. Here's how it went. The deportation sweep Wednesday by hundreds of U.S. immigration and customs enforcement agents. We are not non-fun fans. We're not warriors willing to die for our dear leader. Thank you, Go Fit. Okay. Fuck ups. I mean, well, this has a lot of studies linked to it, so I honestly might just I'll link this here. Hundreds of ICE at several food processing plants in Mississippi left a trail of tears, business jitters, and widespread anxiety in places where undocumented immigrants were so tightly woven into communities that the towns would struggle to exist without them. The raids inflicted predictable suffering, especially among children whose parents were suddenly carted off to such a degree that just 24 hours afterwards, ICE released some 300 of the 680 migrants that had arrested, including those who had no criminal records. Mass deportations. That's have many negative effects. For example, how one raid went during Trump's first term. ICE deportation tweets were just part and parcel of the global unrest of the late 2010s, even though most Americans didn't actually witness government agents charging into factories and stores and checking people's papers. The idea that these sweeps were coming unnerved a lot of Americans. Here's a story from 2019. Do you think many young people today read compared to with other generations? I don't. It's probably. I mean, I would assume overall we read less. I would assume overall Gen Z reads less, and then we definitely we read way less books. And I don't think we make up for it in like other stuff we read, but like it wouldn't. But we probably. I mean, I guess if you included online shit, then I don't know. We definitely still read less than boomers or whatever. But or I not literacy rates. How much do people read by age? Daily minutes spent reading. Okay. Yeah, we read way less. But I don't know. You know, like it depends. There's no books read by you. This is specifically books. I don't even read. I don't read 12 books a year. Or maybe I have. I don't know. Maybe there might have been some good years. I don't know. Surprised I have little 20 to 40-year-olds read, but I suppose they do have work. Well, yeah. Those who read 10 books in America on the top 82% of Americans. But like I would I'm trying to think of something like that Gen Z would read that boomers wouldn't. Boomers are on Facebook. Some of them are on Twitter. I don't know if there is a good. I mean, like what we're reading right now. Okay, what's that? I don't I don't think any boomer would read this. Maybe Gen Zers read more Substack blogs than boomers. maybe we make up for it in Substack blogs. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, with immigration raids expected to begin Sunday in at least 9 major cities, some U.S. citizens are taking precautions, including carrying out their American passports at all times. The wary Americans, often Latinos, said that they don't want to get swept up in a planned roundups announced by U.S. President Donald Trump. I was born in this country, says David Cruz, communications director for the League of United Latin American Citizens. I'm a third-generation Texan. I've been carrying a passport since the day he was elected. Gen Z makes up for it with neat Substacks and socialist podcasts. Exactly. A lot of Los Angeles journalists from Latin America who did not want his name to be used out out of fear his passport would be flagged, said he was carrying these documents with him this weekend. Naturalized in 2000, said some recent stories of citizens mistakenly detained by ICE made him think he could be wrongly targeted. Boomers don't read anymore. They get all their news. I mean, yeah, all their news from either the title of the news article, memes on Facebook, some radio shows, and general vibes. But they watch Fox News and they watch Mr. Potato Head be trans and they get mad, or the green M&M wearing high heels. I saw a fucking, this is a Gen Z moment. There's a fucking Alex O'Connor clip from his podcast Gen Z and the Instagram reel. The fakest war I lived through in Afghanistan. Oh, the war in Christmas.
Is about podcasting that famously, I think Socrates never wanted to write anything down. And part of the reason for that is that if you write something down, you don't have to remember it. Also, there's a sense in which the way philosophy is supposed to be done is through conversation. And so when you write down philosophy, what you're actually creating is this simulacrum of the ideal way of doing philosophy, which is through conversation. I think that's why so many philosophies are done in the style of dialogues. So like the Platonic dialogues, Galileo writes dialogues, Hume writes dialogues, and he invents these characters in order to make a philosophical point. Because instead of just saying, here's my philosophical worldview, they say, we're going to do this through conversation, because the best way to do philosophy is one person says something, another person asks a question and clarifies, and they debate. And so Plato's probably thinking to himself, as is Hume, as is Galileo, thinking to themselves, gosh, if only there were a way to capture
broadcast
the actual conversation.
Brilliant.
You know?
So podcasts are actually the ideal form of philosophy.
Exactly. The funny thing is that a lot of people say, oh, I used to read so much philosophy, but now I never read because I'm too busy listening to podcasts and stuff. And I'm like, well, hold on. What you're doing is you're trading the simulacrum for like how it's supposed to be, My theory is about podcasting.
So maybe the Gen Z podcast listening. Gen Z and they ice coffee and they podcast. Maybe it's a good thing. Citizens being forced to carry their citizenship papers with them at all times is out of fear of being kicked out of their own country. Sounds like a story from the old Soviet Union. Plenty more modern philosophy papers are written as dialogues, and other papers borrow a lot from the dialogue in a way they present ideas. Do people still write in dialogues? I haven't seen modern papers. I mean, I don't read much philosophy, but I haven't seen modern papers written in dialogues. I don't know if I like the stuff written in dialogues. I wrote a dialogue recently. Okay, nerd, loser, nerd alert, nerd, owned. Reality danger is minimal. Unlike in the 1930s and 50s, ICE didn't just round up a bunch of Hispanic-looking people and send them to Mexico, but racial profiling was common, and raids did happen, and were highly disruptive and often cruel, so the fear is understandable. Nerd, true, exactly. Trump's policies provoked voter backlash. Public opinion in the late 2010s swung strongly in favor of allowing illegal immigrants to stay. In 2019, support for establishing a way for illegal immigrants here illegal to stay legally stood at 67% in Pew survey. With supporters increased for deportation, stood at only 54%. Script writers are just dialogue writers. I mean, I guess. LMAO. They just get to be acted out and sometimes even filmed. Yeah, but it's not flat. Well, it can be. The great thing about a dialogue as opposed to a conversation on a podcast is that you have the interlocutors give the best response to the argument. Okay, I guess that's true. Those numbers have since partially reversed with Trump out of office and the asylum problems worsening again. But it shows how much Americans dislike Trump's approach to immigration. By the way, at some point I will, speaking of podcasts and dialogues, I'm gonna, before I start school in like 20 days, but after I get my Shure SM7B that I accidentally bought in a few days on like the 17th or the 22nd, whenever they ship it. I do want to. I want to get start school in 20 days. Yeah, probably. I think. We'll see. Or accidentally used his mom's credit card to purchase the wrong mic. Okay, listen. I sent an offer on eBay for $200. I didn't think they would accept it, but they did. Okay, so I mean, it's a good deal. I just did not have that money. So, hold on. How can I show it without? Do you have all the other stuff to run it? It comes with an audio interface. It doesn't come with a cloud lifter, so I might need to buy that. It doesn't come with like a preamp. But it does come with cable. Like this is what I bought. Which audio interface? This audio box USB 96, which I looked it up. People don't like it. I looked it up on YouTube, and like the first 2 reviews are like, why you shouldn't buy the audio box USB 96, and then this one, and another one that's saying like, oh, this one was a missed opportunity. So you know, I might have to buy. Yeah, I might have to buy a Scarlett Solo. The issue is, I don't have the money for that. I don't need the stands. I can sell the stands, but like a cloud lifter is $150, and a Scarlett Solo is like $80. So I'm spending another $200. Who needs money when their credit lines? I don't have credit lines. That's the issue. I'll take out a credit card just to buy the shit. How much is a used? I can't actually go to Amazon or eBay because it fucking doxes my location. I already talked to myself before, so it doesn't really matter, but oops. No. Used. Oh my god, eBay. Used. Oh, $50? That's not that bad. Second gen. I was told by another YouTube reviewer not to buy second or first gen, but only third or fourth gen. So I can get second gen, third gen. This cheapest third gen one. I get this for $50, which I technically have that money. I think the issue. I donated all my money to Democrats. Unironically, I had like $70 in one of my accounts, right? I donated all my money. I did. I'm not even joking. I had $70 in one of my accounts, and I listen. I had no other option because they brought back the Oh, it's not even here anymore. Oh, thank God I bought it, or maybe it still is. But I hit show now. They brought back the Dark Brandon head. They brought this back. Okay, it was delisted after Biden dropped out, and they brought it back, so I had to buy it. Okay, now it's $25 plus shipping. It came out to like almost $50. It came out to like $49. I had no other option, and then I had like $20 left in the account, so I was like, you know what, fuck it. I donated $10 to Josh Stein, who's running for governor in North Carolina, and I donated $10 to John Tester, who's running for Senate in Montana. So yeah. So that's that. I donated like $70 to Democrats, so now I can't buy. I can't buy audio equipment. They weren't supposed to. It was a lowball offer. They weren't supposed to accept it. You didn't even give it to Justice Democrats. You are horrible. Not even the squad, I know. Hey, listen, that girl, what's her name? Won her primary, so that's good. I actually don't know anything about her, but don't worry, giving money to Democrats. is AOC. The only way you're giving money to Democrats if they give you AOC feed pictures. That's valid. I know this last night in Casey's economic stream. He did an economic stream. So $80. I don't have. I donated it all to Democrats. It all went to Josh Stein and John Tester. Just gotta. Okay, what if I got a Facebook Marketplace, dude? Does Facebook Marketplace docs my location? Kinda does. Cloud lifted. Oh, they're all the same price. So, you know, I might end up getting a share SM7B and then not using it because it's going to sound like shit with my shitty ass audio interface and no preamp. Is Justice Democrats still around? How would I mean? Only those two people lost their primaries, right? The Cory Bush and Jamal Bowman was his last name. I forget his last name. I don't know. Bowman, something like that. Fly in my room again. Trump policies promote voter backlash. We read that. Now realize to deport millions of people, as J.D. Vance had promised. ICE would have to do 3,000 raids, the size of Mississippi one in 2019, or many thousands of smaller raids. The scene of the government agents storming across communities, rounding up people, demanding to see their submission papers would become a fairly commonplace one. This would generate far larger amounts of terror and unease among people than the populace, among the populace in the scattered ICE raids during Trump's first term. Just Democrats, donate here. That $500 seems reasonable. Is there a way I can donate a negative amount of money? Yes, the robbery base. Oh, isn't that Jamal Bowman? Didn't he just lose? All right. Not my fault, guy. Misclicked. Just a few. I'm broke because of a few misclicks. I accidentally clicked. I accidentally donated all my money to Democrats and getting a microphone that I'm not even going to be able to use. I have some money. I can fucking buy the shit I need for it, but it's just going to be annoying. Want illegal immigrants out of the country? We know how to do that. Now, all that being said, I absolutely do sympathize with people who are fed up with the flood of asylum seekers sneaking illegally across the border. It's unfair, it's chaotic, it puts strain on local governments. Even more fundamentally, a country has a right to decide who gets in and who doesn't. A policy where crossing the border illegally carries zero consequences isn't quite the same thing as open borders, but I understand why people conflate the two. But if we want illegal immigrants to leave the country, we have much better tools at our disposal than deportation. In fact, we've done it before. From 2007 to 2012, on net, about 1 million illegal immigrants, most of them from Mexico, left the country. Every estimate seems to agree. Why they're so... Okay. Of course, the Great Recession had something to do with that, since it meant fewer jobs for migrants. Barack Obama's program of deporting immigrants who committed crimes undoubtedly helped If we want to reduce the population of people who are in the U.S. illegally, we just have to repeat or scale up the approach of the Obama years. Deporting those who commit crimes is not only much easier than having ICE barnstorm through communities and hunting down law-abiding innocent people. It's also more selective, and by large, you get rid of bad apples and keep the good ones. If we want to accelerate the number of illegal immigrants who leave, the best way to do that is by cracking down on employment of the undocumented. Auditing companies and imposing fines for employing people legally would be both easier and less disruptive than rounding up workers in vans and carting them away. If it were much harder to get a job in America as an illegal immigrant, far fewer people would make the attempt. Of course, this would result in higher prices for some goods, like food, and slower growth for some U.S. industries, but that's a price Americans are willing to pay, then okay. And of course, all this is on top of increased border security and restrictions on the asylum in the U.S. Those things are things that both Trump and Biden have done, and Harris is promising to do. Making it harder to get to the U.S. while reducing the economic appeal of making the perilous journey is an obvious way to stem the flood of asylum seekers. The real fix, of course, is to change the asylum law to close the loophole that is now drawing millions of people to across the border. This is new. I mean, he's going to talk about the same thing we read about. What's up, Kinley? What are we talking about? We're talking about, well, we've almost wrapped this up, but some immigration stuff right now and Trump's deportation plans. That's disruptive way to get rid of illegal immigrants. Would be to make it harder for companies to employ them and fine them if they do. Well as deporting immigrants that commit crimes, like Kamala Harris did. And everyone got mad at her for that. Or the issue with that was that it was no, I mean, it was basically that. Okay, hear me out. I know how to get rid of 99 illegal immigrants in one day. Is it grant them is it just make them legal? That's the base strategy. Is you just grant amnesty to all of them. Any of these strategies would be far more and probably stop some of the shit we do in the other countries. Although, to be fair, Kamala Harris did earn it. Well, as the borders are, Kamala Harris was able to resume deportation flights to some of the countries, I guess. I guess that's not, I mean, I don't know what she actually did to, like, address the root causes of immigration, like the push factors of immigration from these countries. I don't know what she did about that, but I do know deportation flights did resume to a few different countries, to Venezuela and Cuba. Plus the respect. Or negative 69 after that Democrat donation comment. Never made the border so I didn't hear the media. Well, welcome to the stream. But she was given like here's the funny thing. Literally, I have not seen a single time Biden referred to Kamala's role in the border that wasn't talking about her addressing the push factors of immigration. Every single quote, if you look it up, it's always within a context of Kamala Harris is going to these countries to address the push factors of immigration, like diplomatically. I have not seen a single quote that is not in that context. If you had one, I'd love to hear it, but any strategy would be far more humane and far more effective than sending Trump's government agents swarming through the country demanding to see Bill's papers. Trump's signature policy idea, meanwhile, would be massively doubling down on an approach that failed to remove many illegal immigrants but succeed in angering the country, given how few benefits would flow from deportations. It just doesn't sound like that kind of a substantive idea we ought to embrace. But up until a few weeks ago, she was the border czar. Yep, definitely. APAC is kind of based, not gonna lie. Oh no, you're gonna start a fight with Anno. Okay. We just figure out how to send them back. Is what it boils down to. Oh yeah, wasn't her job just PR basically? She wanted to figure out how to have better immigrant relations. Her job was just to go to fucking Guatemala and say, "Do not come, do not come." And then her goal was like to try to negotiate with countries to address. I'm gonna get. I know it's such an awesome video. I did, by the way, finally find that country to her of the guy coming, right? As she says, "Do not come." That is, I knew it existed. It does exist. I do have it now.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
I don't know why I wrote them down. It might have been. It wasn't there. Might have been in. It might have been in here. Oh, Kamala transfer diplomatic hands around the border. Like all of these. Like all of these quotes. Anything Biden's ever said about Kamala Harris's role on the border has like always been about the push factors of immigration, going to El Salvador and Guatemala and saying, "I'm doing shit." I've never seen anything to contradict that. Oh wait, am I? There we go. I was like, is Control J not the download thing? This is their book, by the way, that I probably want to read at some point, or some of it at least. Oh my god. Wow, no. It's like a... Oh, it's the Internet Archive, like, scanned in. I hate these types of, like, PDFs that are... Although at least you can highlight this one. At least it isn't, like, literally just an image. You can actually copy the text. I hate when it's actually, like, this fucking scanned in book and, like, not just a, not just the actual, like, PDF before they printed it. Oh no, the truancy. The truancy. Don't you know that she arrested the homeless mother?
Joe Biden said, come.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
We must come together.
Oh.
Thank you, Bernie. Oh, what? Non-fawn streaming. Yeah, maybe I'll try to find a better version of the book later. But the site that I used to acquire this legally only had this and the hello? Is it not why is it doing that? Isn't it Control K to insert a link? What the fuck did I do? It is Control. Okay, who knows? Okay. There we go. Top 1% owns more than half of the country's source assets. I can't believe I can't believe they would do that. What is this? What the fuck? When did I write this down? Multi-million-dollar book deal. Bernie's definitely getting the man to people. Hasn't Bernie written? I'm pretty sure Bernie has written at least 3 books. I know he wrote "It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism." He definitely has more. Oh my god. Oh, he didn't like you. Didn't like you. Is it unreasonable that a person working full-time deserves to be able to have a decent living wage? A decent living where he can have a place to come. 1984. I don't even have it that strict. I don't know why it's doing that. But oh, this is just speeches. But I read some of this book. Some of it is like fine. It's mostly just about inequality. At non-fun, can I get a shout out for sticking a razor in my finger? Zach, if you're watching, shout out, buddy. Bernie Sanders bought some great policy ideas to our party, like that every American needs a living wage at $30 an hour. Listen, I don't think he has Bernie ever said more than 15. Wait, this is just about his heart attack that he had. What even? Dude, also, I saw. Dude, this was an insane collab to me.
One of the number one causes of bankruptcy in America is medical debt, right?
Yes.
Unbelievable. Like
What?
people can't,
Like what?
people, they go in, they don't even know the cost. They sign an agreement that they're going to be billed later, right? It's like, and then they get the bill and it's astronomical and they spend the rest of their life literally a slave to the healthcare system or to the medical billing system or the, dealing with their insurance. And not to mention they're sick. So the added stress of that.
Such a nature inclines us towards oh my god, oh no. Amorous orgy. The progressives have moved. If you're not for at least $25 an hour, then you're pretty much a fascist. Real quote, by the way. Dude, that's awesome.
It's about financial stress. Okay. Let me talk. And it's good quality.
I don't know. This is the fucking collab of the century here. He was really that guy. I don't feel like, well, I'll fix this fucking shit later. It's not even, you guys just gotta chill out, dude. It's not even that tight. Collective IQ in that room is 150 max. Are you telling me Theo Vaughn is not 300 IQ, at least? Hey, wait a second, Kelton, okay? Bernie Sanders had Stephanie Kelton, okay? The MMT queen herself, Stephanie Kelton, on his as an advisor or something. Okay? So you should love Bernie Sanders, dude. Bernie Sanders was too dumb to explain MMT to the public. Stephanie Kelton said it herself. Do you mean too dumb or too worried? Also, I know he probably is too dumb. I mean, she goes over in the book. Oh man, I have the fucking book. Oh, wait. I don't have the book because my dad is reading it. she goes over in the book like how Congress people like didn't understand the fucking bond market. And she did like the if you would erased all of America's debt tomorrow, would you do it? And then everyone raised their hand. And she was like, if you were able to get rid of all of America's bonds held by foreign countries, would you do it? And none of them raised their hand because they didn't understand that was like the same thing. So, you know. Yeah. Fucking hell. I want this to be like a quick thing, but it's not quick. I don't want to read other shit. Honestly, love how much people hate Bernie. Burr was the only politician you can go back to see his early career, and he was saying the same shit as he is today. I mean, that's true. I love his fucking the homos in the military video. Burr got his wealth from selling books after he got popular and was one of the lowest net worths in the position. Bernie Sanders just likes to hire attractive woman on his campaign. He's a very old man, you know. It's like, yo, she could pay more and be able to afford rent and healthcare and education. True. But hold on. We're going to the only place I trust. There's no way they don't have one for Bernie Sanders. Bernard Bernie Sanders is a Marxist-Leninist, communist, pro-inflationist, limousine, liberal, elite, millionaire, one-percenter, and demagogue who preys on naive and unsuspecting youth, minorities, and working people with class war hate speech. What? Okay. This is me, by the way. I am pro-inflationist. Inflation is a general increase. And its base is built on white, wealthy voters. True. Yeah, I mean, that corresponds pretty closely with education, but being white and wealthy. Currently serves as the United States Senator. Takes 787,000 to be marked the top 1%. Extremism is visible in the 2020 presidential campaign slogan, no middle ground. Sanders is a preeminent left-wing socialist, mass murder denier, socialist Holocaust denials. He acted denying the democide? Broader concept in the legal definition of genocide. Genocide, for example, does not take into account government murdering for political or ideological reasons. It's defined as a large-scale murder by the government similar to genocide. Socialism denier. Okay, I love Conservatopedia so much. It's just so unbelievably unhinged. Proponent of communist dictatorship. Sanders has openly advocated his extremism, advocated for the extermination and genocide of infants in the third world. Can't believe he would say that. Like one of the most horrifying arguments during a CNN climate debate. What did he actually say? Hiring women and educating everyone needed to curb population growth seems result. Would you encourage courageous enough to discuss the issue and its key feature to address climate consensus? Answer is yes. Women in the United States of America, by the way, have the right to control their own bodies and make reproductive decisions. I don't care what the basis of someone is. Did Bernie have great ideas? That's what should be argumented. In my opinion, Bernie just overestimated how free healthcare and more tax was overall. Well, the issue is if you poll Americans, like, are they in support of Medicare for all? They all say yes. And then if you ask them, what is Medicare for all? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Sanders has a long-time association with Marxist, communist, and anti-American organizations. Has a devout and violent following. Violent following. Don't you know that? Don't you know that one guy killed that fucking baseball shooting thing? I forget what happened. I don't even remember. Professional baseball shooting. Mass shooting that occurred. 66-year-old James Hopkins. Putting that blah blah. Described by fellow companions, I was a quiet guy, very reserved. Because tax returns. Could you imagine if Marcus Bernie ever got elected day one? It only goes up to 2018, unfortunately, but it's still pretty interesting. Who, for Bernie? Companies have been criticized for failing to address the cause of inflation, not definitions, and increase in money supply. This is fine. So, inflation is not caused by global warming, any natural phenomenon. Inflation is caused by directly by the people, the voters, whom the voters elect to office. By inflating the U.S. money supply, the Congress is attempting to monetize and devalue the dollar for past deficit spending. Biden's $1 trillion COVID boondoggle caused inflation to spike to its highest level in 40 years. But Trump's 2 stimulus bills are perfectly fine, and we're not going to mention that. We're not going to call that a boondoggle. But Biden's COVID stimulus. You know, the first, 3 sentences were okay. They're called the Chinese virus. Okay. That's so interesting. No, I never hit start streaming on shorts. Oopsie. My vertical viewers are so missed out. Or missed out on so much, dude. Alright. I guess I don't have much else to do today. Let's evaluate the whole Republican Party platform. Who says econ blogging can't be fun? In the age of Donald Trump, it's going to be easier to get the Republican Party actually exists as an organization, but they do. The Republican National Committee oddly failed to release a party platform back in 2020, but they just released one for 2024. So I thought I'd go through it point by point and evaluate it. Well, Blackrix is showing the correct channel. There are dozens of points in the platform, so I can spend a lot of time in each one. Well, I could, as it would probably be fun for me, but you'd stop reading long before the end. Let's just hit the highlights. If that makes my assessments overly glib, I apologize in advance. Also note the platform is laid out in a bit of a confusing manner. There's a list of 20 promises followed by 10 chapters that roughly correspond to these promises, but in different orders. I'm going to go through the chapters instead of the promises. My general verdict here is that a huge improvement on the past Republican platforms. For one thing, the majority to focus on economic issues instead of culture wars. That signifies pragmatism and a desire to appeal to a broad, diverse electoral base that I didn't see the GOP do in previous cycles. Not all the economic proposals are good ideas, but a fair number of them are, and that's great to see. In addition to this platform, triangulates a lot of democratic ideas, in particular protecting Social Security, Medicare, and other programs for seniors. It's notable that it's very Clintonian. And on culture wars, use of tone is usually pretty reasonable, except where immigration is concerned. In general, willingness to blame immigrants for any and every problem facing a country is the single biggest weakness of the platform. But I will say it does conclude with some very good rhetoric and foreign policy. Anyway, let's get to the point-by-point evaluation. Chapter 1, defeat inflation and quickly bring down all prices. Just bring them down. Just bring them down. Why can't things just be cheaper? What adverse effects could that possibly have? Deflationary spiral. What's that? Sorry, I don't understand your economics. Okay. RNC's first big idea is to beat inflation. That seems reasonable given that people hate inflation and it's still above target. The first idea here is to increase in energy supply. Under Donald Trump, the U.S. became the #1 producer of oil and natural gas in the world, and we will soon be again. We still are, by lifting restrictions on American energy production and eliminating the socialist Green New Deal. Republicans will unleash energy production from all sources, including nuclear, to immediately slash inflation and power American homes, cars, factories within a reliable, abundant, and affordable amount of energy. Boosting energy supply is definitely deflationary, and it would raise growth as well. One thing the RNC misses, of course, is that Biden's already done what they're promising to do. Republicans plan to do this by increasing the energy supply. Wow, good typing there, buddy. Which is deflationary. But of course I leave out Biden has already done this. Now RNC says they'll end the social Green New Deal. I assume they mean repealing Biden's Inflation Reduction Act. This would be a mistake, since solar panel and batteries are the future of cheap energy. Repealing the IRA would stop their transition. Wouldn't stop their transition, but it might slow it down and saddle the U.S. with more expensive legacy energy sources. Repealing the IRA, which is probably what they mean by and a social Green New Deal would slow the transition to solar. Solar and wind. Or did he say just solar? Was it solar and wind? Solar and batteries. Which are undoubtedly the future of cheap energy. RNC's next big idea of beating for inflation is to slash government spending and to cut regulation. Republicans will immediately stabilize the economy by slashing wasteful government spending and promoting economic growth. Republicans will reinstate President Trump's deregulation policies, which saved Americans $11,000 per household, and Democrats' regulatory onslaught to disproportionately harms low and middle income households. The 11,000 number is, of course, made up, as these big eye-popping estimates are economic benefits and political documents in debates pretty much always are. But in general, America does need fiscal austerity, and parts of the economy are indeed overregulated. And in theory, both of these should be disinflationary. So these aren't necessarily moves. I should mention, though, that I'm not incredibly optimistic that the GOP will actually cut spending by a meaningful amount. If they did, it would only be the second time in living memory after the Tea Party Congress and Obama reduced the deficit in the early 2010s. The next step is to reduce government spending. And regulations. It may be necessary in some places. Trump didn't reduce deficit in its first term. And I don't trust Republicans to deregulate Only where it's needed. RNC's final ideas for reducing inflation are to stop illegal immigration and to restore peace through strength. I'll deal with both of these later since they're also chapters in their own right, but stopping illegal immigration is unlikely to exacerbate inflation. It's likely to exacerbate inflation a little bit, causing labor supply shortages for industries where those illegal immigrants work, e.g. food processing, and restoring peace through strength will only reduce inflation if Trump could figure out a way to stop the attacks on international shipping. Finally, a couple of points here. First, the RNC platform can bring prices down with bringing inflation down, i.e. to slowing price increases. The latter is very achievable. The former is probably not, except for a few goods like energy and food. Beating inflation means that prices keep going up, but almost slowly. I suppose that confusion is forgivable since most Americans probably don't quite understand the difference either. I also don't see the platform mentioning grocery prices at all, which is one of the main price categories America seem angry about. Also call stop immigration. Which will likely have little effect on inflation. Could even make it worse. Stopping a flood of asylum seekers illegally pouring over Americans at the border is something Americans strongly desire. It's not actually an invasion, and the RNC platform dramatically overstates the harm from this immigration. For example, migrant crime is basically a myth since even illegal immigrants commit fewer crimes than native-born, but Americans are very angry about the mass violation of the border, so angry that even Biden has cracked down recently. After largely ignoring the issue for 2 years, so something needs to be done. What does the RNC promise to do? First, they'll beef up border security. Republicans will restore every border policy of the Trump administration and halt the release of illegal aliens to the interior. We will complete the border wall, shift massive portions of federal law enforcement and immigration enforcement, and use advanced technology to monitor and secure the border. We will use all resources needed to stop the invasion, including moving thousands of troops currently stationed overseas to our southern border. We will deploy the U.S. Navy to impose a full fentanyl blockade on the waters of our region. Boarding and inspecting ships to look for fentanyl and fentanyl precursors. Before we defend the borders of foreign countries, we must first defend secure the borders of our country. Okay, this will probably be somewhat effective. With this time, the goal is to sneak across. Don't take my fent. I can't believe he wants to take the fent. The goal is to sneak across the border and turn yourself into Border Patrol. Afterwards, you're entitled to an asylum hearing. Making it harder to do the first part, we're likely to decrease the number of people who get a hearing, and thus would discourage would-be migrants from trying this strategy. Here's some other RNC ideas. You're not going to address the fent raids? I don't know if that's... I mean, it just seems like... I don't know if there's an actual issue with this policy. It just seems like comical to like deploy the Navy. I mean, they used the word Navy. They should have just said Coast Guard. Because like I'm literally fucking imagining aircraft carriers off the coast of Florida. Hunting down fent. Moving to drinking ice, increased penalties for illegal entry. No, found your social security number from the leak. Nice credit score, buddy. I don't have a credit score. If you know my credit, I don't think I've ever. I don't think I had. I would imagine I don't have a credit score. I don't think I've ever used credit for anything. I don't need to because I still live at home. Slash joking. There'd be nothing. There's no even. There's nothing. Well, I don't know what people would do with my social security number. Like you could. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you could do. The most you could do is like I don't know what they could do. Plus shading means choking. I saw that, yeah. But what do you know about the leaks? I saw that hackers at least claimed to have leaked like almost like from some database a lot of American Social Security information. What can you actually do with someone's Social Security number if they don't have any credit? I don't think was it the gay furry hackers or heteronormative hackers? Like you could sign me up for shit. My identity is not worth stealing because there's not much you could do with it. Like you can establish credit lines to fraud them. I guess you could establish them, I guess. Work with their and etc. Oh, I guess you could do it. National Public Data, a company that collects personal data, resell, and process packaging, checks the progress of a proposed class action lawsuit alleging the source of a massive data leak that includes information like social security numbers, reportedly more than 3 billion people. Like benefits if you're above a certain age, I guess. Apply for wheelchair, new name and cash checks. But I wouldn't. Maybe, I guess, I don't know. Maybe. Full name, kind of pass address, social security number stolen. The alleged breach of the background check company whose data is used by private investigators, consumer public record sites, and human resources and staffing agencies occurred prior to April 24th. The proposed class action said National Public Data obtained the information by scraping non-public sources without consent, according to the proposed class action. Here are the steps you can take. Social security number. If you are concerned your personal data was leaked in a massive data hack. For more, here are the best identity theft protection services. That's why I try to use private browsers, dummy emails and names, use Tor like a nerd, and I'm trying to be more cautious of who takes my info. Like a loser nerd. Line of credit, pretty good job. I don't think, I mean, I'm not that worried. What's the worst that gotta happen? People can have my shit. People can. I've basically doxed myself on stream before on accident because Amazon. I think I've done it twice. That's why I can't. That's why I knew to open fucking eBay in an incognito tab because it just says in the top right, "Hi Jared, you're ordering from, or you're shipping to, my like zip code." And it's like, oh, okay, thanks, dude. Thanks, dude. That's chill. Thanks. Invoke the Alien Enemies Act to remove all suspected gang members, drug dealers, or cartel members of the United States, ending the scourge of illegal alien violence once and for all. We will bring back travel ban and use Title 42 to end child trafficking. Crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families in their home countries immediately. Republicans will cut federal funding to to sanctuary jurisdictions that release illegal dangerous aliens. Illegal alien criminals onto our streets rather than having them turned over to ICE. We will require local cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. I don't See how they can enforce that. Most of the stuff is harsh, but not the crazy stuff. Removing suspected gang members goes way overboard and seems unlikely to make it to the courts. You can't punch people just for being suspicious. Next, the RNC proposes a mass deportation campaign. So we'll. RNC proposes restoring transporter policies. Many of which have been also restored by Biden anyway. And engage in mass deportations. President Roosevelt plans will reverse the Democrats' destructive open border policies that have allowed criminal gangs and illegal aliens from around the world to roam the United States without consequence. The Republican Party is committed to sending illegal aliens back home and removing those who have violated our laws. Hoover, FDR, and Eisenhower conducted mass deportation campaigns, so it's not unprecedented, but doing this would probably provoke backlash. No one really wants to see ICE officials going to the door checking people's papers. So this strikes me as more of a threat than a real proposal. If you want to make illegal immigrants leave the country, a much more effective way that won't forget most Americans to start auditing free Reddit's blog post on this. One thing I don't see in this platform is a promise to change the asylum system, which is the root cause of the border crisis. Asylum, Joe Biden gets tough on the border when the courts let him. They don't care. Whereas the RNC has some proposals for illegal immigrants, they also want to ideologically vet immigrants. Don't we already do that? Aren't you literally not allowed to come to America if you're a communist? Don't we still have that on our immigration books? You can't be a communist and come to America. Immigrant membership in totalitarian party. Any intending immigrant who is a member or affiliate of Communist Party or any other totalitarian party is inadmissible. Okay, so you have to be a member of the party, I guess. Okay. So what are the current? First, it is required that the applicant be attached to the principle of the Constitution of the United States and well disposed to good order and happiness of the same. This is essentially a political test. It should be constructed in accordance with the theory and practice of our government and in relation to the freedom of conscience. Concises statutory requirements elaborate in code for regulations, which provides attachments of blah 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 blah. This Supreme Court case regarding the deportation of CPUSA California State Party leader. The case to develop the attachment requirement in most detail. The court evaluated circumstances of a young man whose naturalization was allegedly fraudulent for his failure to satisfy the attachment requirement. The man who had been a member of two communist organizations at the time of his naturalization. Upon questioning, he said that he subscribed to the philosophy and principles of socialism as it manifested in the writings of Lenin, but denied that he advocated the overthrow of the United States government by force and considerable membership in a party compatible with the obligations of the American citizenship, believing that socialism could be achieved by democratic processes. or that it not prove that the man failed to satisfy the requirement. Interpretations probably aren't the best way. Get rid of migrants. Even if that is just. They don't mention any change to the root cause. The immigration right now. Which is the federal asylum laws. Anyway, RNC does have some proposal for legal immigration. They want to ideologically vet immigrants. Republicans will use existing federal law to keep foreign Christian-hating, communist, Marxist, and socialist out of America. Those who join a country must love our country. Will use extreme vetting to ensure that jihadists and jihadist sympathizers are not admitted. This probably won't do anything, as you note these laws already exist and are in use, so I don't foresee any changes here. Finally, RNC wants to prioritize merit-based immigration over family-based chain migration. Also want to encourage merit-based migration. Chain migration, which isn't necessarily bad, but I think we can let a lot more immigrants into our country than the GOP want to let into our country, so Public prioritize merit-based immigration, ensuring those admitted to our country contribute positively to our society and economy and never become a drain of public resources. We will end chain migration and put American workers first. Shifting U.S. green cards from failing migration to employment-based immigration would be fine. It would align the U.S. more closely with other countries like Canada and Australia, where merit-based immigration makes up a large share of family-based immigration. It makes up a smaller share. The benefit from this would be pretty minor, since chain migration is actually how smart and talented people bring over their smart, talented families. But it basically, this would be a slightly positive move. The really good move, of course, would be to increase employment-based green cards while keeping the chain migration constant. Built the greatest economy in history. Everyone except degrowthers want the greatest economy in history. The question is how to get it. The RNC's first suggestion is deregulation, which covered above. Their next idea, surprise tax cuts. Actually, there is a kind of a surprise here because they want to eliminate taxes on tips. RNC suggests tax cuts and eliminating taxes on tips. Oh, by the way, guys, I came up with this hard pickup line. My friend did not like it, even though it's awesome. Girl must be taxes the way she not on my tip. Am I right, fellas? Am I right? Fellas? Probably gonna make permanent changes of the oof. God, shut up, Kinley. It's awesome. Fuck you guys. Public will make permanent the provisions to the Trump tax cuts and jobs. Thanks. But double the standard deduction, expanded child tax credit, and spurred economic growth. We eliminate tax cuts, taxes on tips for millions of restaurant and hospitality workers, and pursue additional tax cuts. First, I say kudos to the Republican Party for actually proposing something that would directly help the working class. Ending taxation and tips may be the first cheap proposal I've ever seen in my lifetime that actually targeted the working class and suggested a desire to become more of a working class party. Isn't purely lip service. Ending tax and tips will not have a huge impact since restaurants and other tip establishments will just lower wages and expect workers to make it up on tips, but will leave a slightly higher take-home pay for service workers. Also, the RNC is promising to expand its child tax credit, which Biden tried and failed to do in a permanent manner. That's good too. But that having been said, I reiterate tax cuts are inflationary. Austerity will need to improve. We'll need to invoke tax hikes. Indeed, Republicans don't see. Still don't seem willing to talk about that. No. Running child tax credit. Some other tax cuts are good, even if they are also inflationary. But austerity will need to involve tax cuts, and Republicans don't seem to be willing to talk about that. Tax hikes. It does not suck. It's an awesome pickup line. Fuck you guys. You guys don't like any of my favorite lines. Okay. Econo Boy didn't like my fucking girl must be the labor market because her friction makes me real rigid. Even though it's fucking awesome. That's a hard one. You guys just are hating for no reason right now. I'm literally cooking, and you guys just don't understand. Next, here's some MAGA type stuff about trade deals and reshoring. Republicans will continue foregoing. Oh no, it's no opinion. He's gonna have the bad opinion on this. Oh no. He's gonna do the industrial policy shit. Oh no. He's not a free trader. An American first trade policy is set forth in Chapter 5, standing up to countries that cheat in prioritizing American producers over foreign outsources. We will bring our critical supply chains back home. President Trump turned American trade policy around, protecting U.S. producers and renegotiating failed agreements. Trump did renegotiate some trade deals like NAFTA, but overall he was completely ineffectual at bringing supply chains back in the U.S. or boosting an American manufacturing in general, so calling me skeptical that RNC has any better ideas here. RNC's next idea is cheap energy, which already is RNC also just reshoring American jobs. Which they failed to do the first time. Which they failed to do in Trump's first term. Although they did renegotiate. They did renegotiate some trade agreements. NAFTA. In a bad way, because higher tariffs, though. I don't actually know about the US MCA. Yeah. All I really know is that it increased tariffs on cars. So Increases requirement by 12. Yeah. Okay. Automobile origins requirements mandate that certain portions of automobiles' value must come from within the government region. In NAFTA, the required portion was 62.5%. The USMCA increases requirement by 12.5 percentage points to 75% of the automobile's value. The initial proposal from the Trump administration was to increase to 85% and added a stipulation that 50% of the automotive content be made in the United States auto manufacturers. While the deal's text does not include the more demanding version of its proposal, there is concern that the increased domestic outsourcing aimed at promoting its employment will come at a higher input cost and disrupting supply chain. Yeah. I don't actually know. I don't actually know that much about it. Although I did hear Bimmy. Bimmy told me that there were some labor protections in it for Mexicans. Requiring Mexico to pass legislation improves the collective bargaining capability of labor unions. Specific standards Mexico is required to comply with are detailed in the International Labor Organization's Convention and 98 on freedom of association, bargaining, blah, 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 blah. A minimum wage requirement in the automotive industry, specifically 40 to 45% of the vehicles manufactured in North America must be in a factory that pays a minimum of $16 per hour. Dairy provisions give the U.S. tariff-free access up to 3.6%, up from 3.25% under the never ratified. Oh, this was insane. The Trans Pacific Partnership of the 15.2 billion of the Canadian dairy. Tariff-free access to 3.6% of the Canadian dairy market? Is Canada protecting their dairy market? Is what I'm getting from this? That's Canada agreed to eliminate Class 7 pricing provisions on certain dairy products while Canada's domestic supply management system remains in place. They are protecting the dairy industry. What the fuck, Canada? Abbreviated SM is a national agriculture policy framework used across the country which controls the supply of dairy, poultry, and egg production, and import controls and pricing mechanisms. Why? I park in handicap places so handicap people make handicap fees based. Good one. And I agreed to raise a duty-free limit on purchases to $150 from the previous $20 level, allowing Canadian consumers to have greater duty-free access to its markets. I don't know what the hell is this. Season next today, cheap energy. Finally, we talked about supporting innovation in areas. Crypto, AI, and space. Republicans will pave the way for future economic greatness by leading the world in emerging industries. Republicans will end Democrats' unlawful and un-American crypto crackdown and oppose unlawful and un-American crypto. What the fuck have they even done? What? Okay. And oppose the creation of a central bank digital currency. We will defend the right to mine Bitcoin. Sure, every American has the right to self-custody of their digital assets and transact freely from the government. Surveillance and control. We will repeal Joe Biden's dangerous executive order that hinders AI innovation and opposes radical left-wing ideas and development of this technology. And its place, Republicans support AI development rooted in free speech and human flourishing. based AI pilled Republicans. What the hell? Under Republican leadership, the United States will create a robust manufacturing history in near Earth orbit. Send American astronaut. Or no, wait, this isn't as crazy as it sounds. Never mind. There are actually. I remember reading about this before. There are actually uses for like microgravity manufacturing shit. Send American astronauts back to the moon, which is that's already happening. We're already doing that, but regardless. And onward to Mars. That's a bold claim. And enhanced partnership with the rapidly expanding commercial space sector to revolutionize our ability to access, live, and develop assets in space. Pretty sure we are already going back to the moon next year. If I remember correctly, we're doing a like flyby. We're doing like a figure 8, like around the moon, and then we'll land on it. Well, hold on. What's the U.S. new moon landing? Artemis, not Artemis. Telescope and the Moon project is sick. I didn't know why you were doing that. First human to orbit, yeah, Artemis 2. Pretty sure we already did the first one. I'm pretty sure this one is next year, and then I don't know about the third one. But I know we're my understanding is that eventually we want basically like an ISS on the moon where we have because they want to deliver a bunch of shit to the moon first. Artemis schedule. That's on a target September 2025 for Artemis 2. Okay. So next year, yeah. And then September 2026 for Artemis 3. We're going to be the first to land astronauts near the lunar South Pole. Yeah, see, we're doing the fucking figure 8. Crypto thing is a clear case of Republicans knowing which side their bread is buttered on. Crypto isn't really an emerging industry, but boosting crypto demand is a way to quickly put large amounts of money directly into the pockets of many people in the tech industry. So if you see people in tech drifting towards GDP these days, don't be surprised, but crypto is going to run into local opposition from the electric power requirements, which is becoming bigger the more Bitcoin goes up in price, and also from noise pollution from miners. Is noise pollution actually that big of a deal? 80,000 noisy machine. Okay, next day, propose supporting crypto, AI in space, right? Everything's probably good. My President Democrats pay way too much attention to AI safety people. If I'm wrong, kind of choices all become a US because the US government didn't force AI company to sign some piece of paper insisting their models are safe. You can tell me I always dumb in the afterlife. The space thing is good too. What I don't see here is any acknowledgement of the most important technological revolution happening right now, the shift from combustion to electricity. In fact, our Republicans need to be set on slowing the shift in America, which is a bad idea. It will make energy more expensive. In general, Republicans need to understand the power of electricity. When is the first crypto in space going to be? How would that? I mean, it's all just you could launch a Bitcoin server to the moon if you wanted to, man. You could put a mining PC. You know what? I bet it would it's cold up there, right? So like it'd be beneficial for the cooling. You wouldn't have to cool it. You just let the cold space cool it. Isn't it? Although whenever the sun shines on it, it will be insanely hot. Is the downside there? But Chapter 4: Bring back the American dream and make it affordable again for families, young people, and everyone. Okay, let's see how you do this, Republicans. It's great to see Republicans taking aim into excess of cost of services in America. Let's see the ideas for tackling this chronic problem. First, they talk about housing. To help buy new homes, Republicans will reduce mortgage rates by slashing inflation. Okay. Open limited portions of federal land to allow for new home construction. Okay, that's fine. Promote homeownership through tax incentives, which Biden has already done, and support for first-time buyers. Biden did that. And cut unnecessary regulations that raise housing costs. Yo, happy birthday. Hope the stream is going well. Not my birthday, but thanks. Welcome to the stream. Stream is going well. Alright, anyway, always here for tax incentives, great ideas, and very YIMBY. The tax incentives are bad because they're demand subsidy, not supply expansion. I will defend the okay. The reason why the tax incentives aren't a subsidized demand meme, okay? The reason why they aren't that mean is because the housing supply is constrained by all the empty nest boomers, okay? Empty nest boomers own more bedroom homes than millennials with kids, okay? The reason come on. Here's the fucking there we go. Inside Biden plans to unlock the housing market's golden handcuffs, okay? The reason this it's not just subsidizing demand is because there's a lot of homeowners who have extra bedrooms because they're empty nest boomers who are now incentivized to sell their homes because they get a tax credit for selling the homes. And two, millennials are now given a tax incentive to buy the homes. That's the reason. $10,000 tax credit is meant to incentivize people to sell their starter homes, defined as below the median area's median home price, freeing up this house for first-time buyers, and a NAB according to NAB according to a new housing affordability program. Tax credit for first-time buyers. Financing homeowner credits, the whole thing would likely to be a boon for housing demand, getting more folks into the real estate market, also ultimately choosing up prices. Credits have a way to boost sales and affordability, but a lessen impact a high rate environment in the real estate industry. Okay, anyway. Temporary divorcees are keeping it 3%. So this is just a done. Republicans will reduce mortgage rates by slashing inflation. I guess technically, if you somehow brought inflation down, then you could cut interest rates, and then the mortgage rate would therefore fall. I guess that's what they're saying. I guess. RNC and to bring down housing prices. By reduce mortgage rates. Or I should say, reducing One of the laws, small for federal lands, promote home change tax incentives, support for first-time buyers, and cut unnecessary regulation and housing cost. Supply side aspects of this. Good. Next platform tackles education, reduce the cost of higher education, to support the creation of additional, drastically more affordable alternatives to traditional four-year college degree. Support the creation of additional, drastically more affordable alternatives to traditional four-year college degree. New workforce hubs to train and connect American workers to good jobs created by the president investing in American gender. Just creating more affordable alternatives. Wait, 4-year degree. Something Biden. It's also been trying to implement. Next headline, or sorry, next healthcare. The biggest pain point in the whole U.S. economy. Healthcare and prescription drug prices are out of control. Republicans will increase transparency, promote choice and competitive competition, and expand access to affordable healthcare prescription and drug options. We will protect Medicare and ensure seniors receive the care they need without being burdened by excess cost. This reads exactly like something Democrats would say, except for the choice and competition part. But I don't think Republicans have any more ideas for bringing down the healthcare prices than Democrats do. The way every other country does it is to have a national health insurer that pays for a part of it treatment, and this is therefore able to negotiate prices down. I don't see anyone proposing this, sadly. Healthcare. State that it's not much different. And what Democrats votes. And I want to upset you. Absolutely, it upsets me. Our cabin building. This again reads exactly the same Democrats would say, except for the choice competition. Okay, read that. Chapter 5, protect American workers and farmers from unfair trade. Unfair trade. I can't believe other countries would engage in unfair trade with us. More Trump favorites in this section. First, we have tariffs. How trade has grown to over $1 trillion a year. Republicans would support baseline tariffs and foreign make goods, pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, and respond to unfair trading practices. A tariff on foreign producers go up. Tax on American workers. Tax on American workers, family businesses can come down. What an awesome dude. Let's just raise tariffs so we could reduce taxes on American families. That makes sense, dude. Dude, thank God foreign countries pay tariffs and not Americans. Dude, it'd be so inconvenient if Americans paid tariffs. Thank God China just pays them for us. Dude, that's so awesome, dude. She suggests raising tariffs. Not the most effective policy in the world, but they do now seem to be bipartisan. I hope they're focusing entirely on China. Fortunately, RNC does not single out China. And harm U.S. consumers. Well, it's not really protecting. U.S. shops. Republicans will revoke China's most favored foreign nation status, phase out imports of essential goods, and stop China from buying American real estate and industries. Republicans will bring critical supply chains back to it. By the way, this would arguably increase the deficit. The stop China from buying American real estate and industries because you're decreasing the capital account surplus, and that capital account surplus has to be financed through our current account deficit. So arguably, sorry, not argue. Well, this would increase the trade deficit if total trade volume stayed the same. The argument would have to be all these tough on trade policies will decrease the trade volume overall. So the trade deficit will still decrease. But like all else equal, doing this would increase the trade deficit. At least that's my understanding. Republicans will bring critical supply chains back to the U.S., ensuring national security and economic stability, while also creating jobs and raising wages for American workers. Revoking most favored nation just means imposing tariffs, which has already happened. Phasing out the import of essential goods and reshaping the critical supply chains is very interesting, and I'd like to hear more about that detail. Biden's been talking about this a lot. Specific incentives have been, initiatives have been pretty limited so far. RNC also wants to protect the car industry specifically. Republicans will revive the U.S. auto industry by reversing harmful regulations, canceling out Biden's electric vehicle and other mandates, and preventing the importation of Chinese vehicles. Except for the reversal of the EV mandate, this sounds exactly what the Democrats want. The EV mandate probably isn't that important since the shift to EVs is going to come from technological advances anyway. The RNC also loves Buy American policies as much as Biden does. Just woke up. I no longer support Kamala. I support Vert Gang. What's good? What's good, Sergeant? Welcome back. Welcome back. Vert Gang for life, Sergeant. You're not even in the Vert chat, but Vert Gang for life. I know you're a Vert Ganger at heart, Sergeant. That's what matters. Okay. In general, this entire section sounds like a traditional labor left Democratic agenda. But there's one big thing missing here. Foreign markets. American companies can't subsist on domestic demand alone. They need a lot of overseas customers in order to thrive and build up the necessary challenge to these Chinese rivals. The RNC hasn't really thought about how to pump up American exports. They want to protect the car or the U.S. auto industry, specifically and I spell specifically. God damn it. And get rid of the EV mandate. Cancel the EV mandate. Chapter 6. Protect seniors. GOP seems very intent on assuring seniors they will protect their government benefits. President Trump has made absolutely clear that he will not cut any one penny from Social Medicare or Social Security. Blah 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 blah. Social Security, Lifeline. Blah blah blah. Yep. Other than a swipe at immigrants, sounds like some Democrats are right. Protecting and expanding seniors' benefits is fine and good, but it's expensive. Adds the country ages, supporting ever-increasing benefits for seniors on the backs of a shrinking number of working-age Americans. It will get fiscally harder. I haven't seen either party really grapple with this yet, and the GOP is worse here because cutting immigration will mean an even smaller workforce to cut it out. Yep. Protecting Social Security. And Medicare is good. Although Anti-immigration policies. We'll make that harder. Cultivate K-12 schools leading to great jobs and great lives for young people. Said end teacher tenure and implement merit-based pay. Following the support schools and focus on excellent education and parental rights, we will support ending teacher tenure, adopting merit pay, allowing various publicly supported educational models. This is a great idea. It will definitely improve education. It will also cost money. That money will have to be raised at a state and local level, which means higher taxes. Are Republicans prepared for that? This is probably good, but will require taxes. RNC also supports universal school choice, not universal school choice. Not sure what that means. And support for homeschooling. I'm not sure either of those has much in effect. I do think charter schools have done fairly well for poor and disadvantaged kids, so I hope the RNC is thinking about supporting charters here instead of just handing parents cash to put their kids in some random private school. I don't have any strong opinion on school choice. RNC supports universal school choice. And homeschooling. Homeschooling is cringe. Just because most of the homeschooling can be fine. It can be. It's just that like an insane amount of percentage of like homeschooling is like really like hardcore like Christian propaganda shit. That like don't teach evolution and yeah, it's just like it's hardcore like indoctrination propaganda shit, and like probably does not adequately prepare people for what jobs demand nowadays. While at the same time imposing a bunch of dumb, stupid ideas on people. The rest of it's a bunch of cultural stuff and critical race theory. Restore parental rights, increase school discipline, teach about the greatness of Western civilization, followed by a promise to abolish the Department of Education in order to return power over education in states. Well, if we got rid of the Department of Education, what kind of policy levers does the federal government have to stop CRT and discipline, or improve discipline, or teach about the Western civilization, or whatever? None that I know of. So these objectives tend to conflict, and thus I interpret most of this as boilerplate rhetoric. Note the RNC PC social and common all sides of the public spectrum. The American public schools are failing. This is false. American schools in general are just fine. Yeah, I mean, compared to other countries, we're like fine. Also suggest eliminating the Department of Education. Which would probably not be good. Probably there's a lot of states that rely on that federal money, and there's a lot of students who rely on that money too, because I think it also does shit for college. I'm pretty sure I saw a good thread from one of the one of the Krasensteins on it. Okay, or not. Or maybe I just liked it. Or maybe I'm making stuff up. Or maybe I just spent too much time on Twitter. Okay, well. Yeah. Probably would not be a good thing. And he's right. I mean, it seems to conflict with the other stuff they want to do for education. Because if you get rid of the Department of Education, the federal government doesn't have much control over education policy. So you probably can't do the shit you want to do. Bring common sense to government and renew the pillars of American civilization. Section is mostly sort of a grab bag of stuff about patriotism and American pride, mixed with culture war stuff, various boilerplate rhetoric, and some random fights with illegal immigrants. Publishers to promote a culture, cultural values, the sanctity of marriage, the blessings of childhood, the foundational role of families, and supporting working parents. Will end policies that punish families. Republicans will reassert greater federal control over Washington, D.C. to restore law and order into capital city and ensure federal government, federal buildings and monuments are well maintained. Republicans will end luxury housing and taxpayer benefits for illegal immigrants and use those savings to shelter and treat homeless veterans, which I mentioned before. Restore Trump administration reforms and healthcare, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to promote beauty and public architecture and preserve our national treasures. We will build cherished symbols of our nation and restore genuine conservation efforts. This is mostly culture war stuff. Minor meaningless. Some of concrete proposals. Things that federal government doesn't have control over. The others are either symbolic or vague. It's good. It's the patriotic rhetoric, but it's kind of expected from RNC. I'm more interested in seeing what Democrats have to say here. Very strong stance on anti-Semitism is interesting, given that the anti-Semitism has become very prominent in Republican-leaning social media platforms, formerly known as Twitter. I wonder if the GP can be persuaded to take an interest in that. Finally, the section has an endorsement of law and order and support for the police. This is pretty vague and not specific. It's not clear if the RNC endorses a Biden-style plan to put more cops on the streets. Also mentioned support for policing. Though it isn't clear it would go further, or if they would go further than Biden has. Government of Biden for the people. Tell them don't look at what our nominee did. Do not Google Trump fake electors plot or Eastman memo. Please don't do it. This section consists of institutional and culture war stuff, much like the either symbolic rhetoric or some version of a point conservatives to government position. One notable substantive piece that concerns trans rights will keep men out of women's sports, ban taxpayer funding for sex change surgeries, and stop taxpayer-funded schools from promoting gender transition, and reverse Biden's radical rewrite of Title IX education regulations and restore protection for women and trans girls. I don't expect this to create much backlash, just as Biden policies didn't create much backlash either. I don't think most Americans are deeply invested in fights over gender reassignment surgeries or women's sports, but I do think that the tide of American public opinion seems to be generally on the Republican side here. Another substantive piece about abortion is also mostly culture war stuff. that reverses finance policies on trans people. Then abortion. We oppose lifetime abortion while supporting mothers and policies that advance prenatal care, access to birth control, and IVF. It's actually pretty reasonable and not extreme at all. In general, GOP has been alienating the country with its state level abortion bans and appointing judges that killed Roe v. Wade. And more recently, some conservatives have sparked alarm among women coming out against IVF and contraceptives. So it's good to see the national RNC adopting a more reasonable, moderate position here. It opposes late-term abortion. Who knows what they think that is, though, late-term abortion. But I don't know. I don't know if I show this on stream. I think I did show this on stream. The guy running for governor in North Carolina, the Republican running for governor, who hopefully won't win, dear God, is actually, he's insane for so many reasons. There were so many insane things he said. But, oh my God, that's one video. It wouldn't even have been like that unhinged of a video if he didn't end it with what he ended it with.
Knows that abortion in this country is not about protecting the lives of mothers. It is about convenience. It is about abortion on demand. That is exactly what it's about. It's about killing a child because you weren't responsible enough to keep your skirt down. Everybody.
Yeah, that was insane. He started running an ad. Dude, he looked so bad for this too. He was running an ad basically saying, "Oh, me and my wife had to make a difficult decision. We had to have an abortion because she had a non-viable pregnancy or something, or like some threatening pregnancy." There are other clips of him speaking out against exceptions to abortion. Like, there are literally clips you can find him on podcasts saying, if I was the governor, I would make sure abortion had no exceptions. Like, he's actually like the worst possible candidate I could have chosen. He just got in trouble for not fucking paying his taxes. Mark Robinson taxes. Yeah, he failed to file federal income taxes.
Tonight, some voters.
His excuse was that he's not very good at math. Yeah, I'm not very good at math. Lieutenant Mark Robinson pays off tax bills dating back to 2006.
One thing that I did have to ask about was just outstanding debt. Do you have any outstanding debt or unpaid tax bills today?
I don't have any unpaid taxes, but of course I'm like everybody else. You know, I have some debt. I have a, automobile loan, things of that nature. But yeah,
I had to say, in the course of just the reporting process, I did find still today 5 unpaid tax bills on your end.
Oh no. That is not the case. I received notice from the IRS. That's one of the things that I did in repairing my credit, was to ensure that we no longer owed anything else to the IRS. And as far as I know, that has all been taken care of.
And I think I'm talking more at the local level with Guilford County.
Oh, there may be. I may owe some car taxes or something of that nature, but we'll take care of those in short order. So.
Like, he doesn't pay his taxes. His wife. Mike Robinson, wife, charity. His wife allegedly stole money from the federal government, or sorry, a state government, I think. O'Neill's nonprofit Balance Nutrition Inc. owes more than $130,000 to the department, according to a review. You want to do a flip for chat? I can't flip. If I could do a flip, I would do it. Mr. Boggs. What the fuck is that first name? Vicey? Vicey Boggs. Yeah, and he's called gay people and trans people filth, and that they're equivalent to what the cows leave behind, and he's called them maggots. He's like a Christian preacher, and like he preaches about these things. He's actually so unhinged. Like he think there was so many hold on, let me so many things. Says transgenderism and homosexuality. Fails that the gays are equivalent to what the cows leave behind. Says the civil rights movement took away freedom. Beyonce sounds satanic. All these posts are still up on his Facebook, by the way. He really should remove these. I don't believe the moon is fake. And I don't believe 9/11 was an inside job. But if I found that both were true, I wouldn't be surprised. What's my Facebook? Oh, I've reached 20 views. No way. He's made 3 different posts. Oh, it's a fucking reels. He made 3 different posts saying that Michelle Obama was a man. So, you know. He's a little cuckoo crazy. Chapter 10. Return peace through strength. Thank God we got my man, Josh Stein. So, dude, the memes about North Carolina has their funniest elections because I don't know if I'll be able to find this meme. It's like the Wikipedia like info box, and it's like North Carolina elections be like, and it has it has a picture of Jeff Jackson, and it's like Biden normie dem. 49%. Adolf Hitler. 51%. Like they're insane, dude. Which message will resonate with voters? And it's Mark Robinson saying gay people are filth, and Josh Stein saying let's expand healthcare access. Okay, these memes suck. Final chapter is the foreign policy piece of the platform. It studiously avoids mentioning either Russia or Ukraine by name. In general, it's a Reaganite platform aimed at containing China. Primary focus is aimed at containing China. Doesn't mention I need to disable notification or someone did fucking Discord server with it. I don't care. I don't care about if Pisco goes live, but I still get notifications. Even the American. Oh wait, am I following him? I need to be following him so I can rate him if he's ever. I am following. Given the American people stay for course destroying America, the Biden administration's weak foreign policy made us look less safe and a laughingstock over the world. True. Republican plan is to return peace to strength, rebuilding our military alliances, countering China. I don't know what this point is about rebuilding our military alliances when Trump was the one making fun of NATO the whole time. He said he would let Russia do whatever the hell they want to a NATO country that isn't paying as much as Trump wants it to. Finland and Sweden have joined NATO under Biden. So, countering China, defeating terrorism, building an Iron Dome missile defense shield. Where? Promoting American values, setting our homeland and borders, securing our homeland and borders, and reviving our defense and industrial base. We will build a military bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Our full commitment is to protecting Americans and ensuring a safe, prosperous future for all. Republicans will ensure our military is the most modern, lethal, powerful force in the world. We will invest in cutting-edge research and advanced technologies, including Iron Dome missile defense shield. Are they talking about Israel, or are they talking about building one here? Brother, we have 2 oceans to protect us. We have 2 oceans, and I'm pretty sure Canada and Mexico are not launching rockets into the US anytime soon. I don't what missiles are we concerned about? Are they talking about building one here? That seems insane to me. Because the Iron Dome, it's a missile defense system. I can't like shoot down planes or shit or whatever, or anything that like flies over it. Like, I don't like what. Support the troops with higher pay and get woke left-wing Democrats fired as soon as possible. Republicans will strengthen alliances by ensuring that our own allies must meet their obligations to invest in common defense by restoring peace to Europe. We will stand with Israel, seek peace in the Middle East. We will rebuild our alliance network in the region and continue to ensure future peace, stability, and prosperity. Likewise, we will support strong, sovereign, independent nations in the Indo-Pacific, thriving in peace and commerce, and commerce with others. Our industrial base is critical to ensuring our industrial base. Hey, who passed the Chips and Science Act? Hey, by the way, the Chips Act. Hey, it's critical to ensuring good jobs for our people, but also the reliability of the vital defense platforms and supplies. Our policy must be to revive our industrial base with priority on defense and critical industries. Equipment and parts critical to American security must be made in the USA. Republicans will use all the tools of national power to protect our nation's critical infrastructure and industrial base from malicious cyber actors. This will be a national priority, and we both raise security standards for our critical systems and networks and defend them against bad actors. Most of this is pretty good stuff, especially the rhetoric about the defense industrial base. Not sure what the GOP plans to do in order to modernize the defense industrial base, but Reagan actually did do a decent job of it back in the day, and the GOP is likely to boost their defense spending than the Democrats are. More likely to. The mention of cybersecurity is also important. I like to emphasize the alliances, and I really like to mention a strong, sovereign, independent nations and a focus on territorial integrity, strong alliances, and the Indo-Pacific region, exactly the thing I've been calling for. U.S. foreign policy myself. Great stuff. I'm not as happy about the secondary focus in the Middle East, but I guess it's inevitable. Big and answer question here is, what about Ukraine? It's a fierce internal fight going on within the GP between those who view Russia as the enemy to Western civilization and those who view it as a friendly ally against international liberalism. It's internal fights in the GP. Funding Ukraine continue. Let's focus on strong alliances. To contain China is good. Although I'm not really confident Trump will do that anymore than Biden, at least. Which he has done some shit. I forget. I feel like this is. I know. The U.S. And the Philippines. U.S. Philippines. Okay. Oh, what is this? Opinion: dates of Philippine independence on the U.S. are numbered. Oh no. This is directly from the Department of Defense. It says, U.S. official says U.S.-Philippines alliance is making remarkable progress. And this is from the South China Morning Post. It says, days of the Philippines' dependence on the U.S. are numbered. Philippines has hosted our 2+2 meeting. Announcing a $500 million defense aid package which aims to speed up the modernization of the Philippine military and Coast Guard. The two sides also about to finalize an agreement to boost intelligence sharing and cybersecurity operations. Crucially, Philippines is also proactively reaching out to a wide range of partners across the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Philippines, Germany, defense, blah, blah, blah. Have they been doing shit with China as well? I don't actually know. There's profound concern over potential armed conflict with China. There's an urgency to avoid needless provocations. Neither side has released a full text provision agreement. Manila has seemingly agreed to let Beijing know about any humanitarian supply missions, which is standard. Sorry, stranded. A second. Okay. I saw earlier this year, or maybe last year, they let us build a military base there for the first time. Although this says they won't let us access to more bases. No plan to give the United States access to more Philippines military bases, and threatened Americans' military presence in several camps and sites so far was sparked by Chinese aggression in the disputed South China Sea. But anyway, I'm very happy to see Republicans hitting almost all the right notes in foreign policy here. The big question is whether they can get Trump to go along with it. On that score, I'm not optimistic. In fact, that's my general verdict on this RNC platform. The national level GOP has improved on policy by leaps and bounds, refocusing on economics, taking more reasonable positions on culture war, and triangulating some of the Democrats' ideas. If this party were actually being led by someone who's on board with this agenda, a Reagan-type figure, I'd be much more optimistic about the next 4 years. Sadly, it's not. Update seems to be confusion in the comments. Some people saying, no, you're naive. You think Republicans will actually do any of this speaking of power. Well, I may be naive, but I want to be clear. I do not think the GOP would do most of the stuff. In fact, it's pretty typical for work platforms. Most of the things in platforms are going to implement it. In the age of Trump, that's even more true. He just does what he wants and ignores the rest of the GOP. So why should we care about a party platform? Probably should have been more explicit in the beginning of the post. There are two basic reasons. First, the platform tells us how people in a party think about their own ideology and what they stand for. It's self-expressive document. Second, a platform tells us what a party thinks will appeal to potential voters. It's a public relations document. That in turn tells us about who they think their constituency is. So what does this RC platform suggest? Is that a lot of people in the national level Republican Party starting to think of themselves as leader focused economic issues, blah, blah, blah. Approaches them less in culture war stuff. Except on the single issue of immigration, where they become more right-wing. And a platform suggests that the GOP party elders think of their constituency as more of a working class voter base in the past. Those are very important things to know, even if they don't tell us what actual policies we're going to see implemented. Not super likely Trump will follow through on this, though. There is and I know No Opinion has provided an interesting argument before in favor of capital gains taxes. Which I've been focusing on dealing with the unrealized capital gains taxes. I don't really care that much about regular capital gains taxes. But there are arguments against taxes on capital gains at all, and only taxing consumption. Capital gains taxes and estate taxes at rates rate could both stand to go up in the country. State taxes probably should go up. Raise capital gains rates to the same rate as the tax rate on other kinds of income. Eliminate the step-up base. Arguably, you want to tax capital gains less because you want to incentivize people to save, but eliminate the step-up basis that allows people to dodge capital gains taxes if they inherit assets, and create a, I mean, that's fine. Create a 25% minimum income tax for the wealthy that includes unrealized capital gains. This is cringe. Capital gains are a decently good way to tax an economy. On the fairness side, they affect rich people a lot more. Rich people own a disproportionate share of assets. This is why wealth inequality is much higher than income inequality. This means capital gain taxes will hit rich people a lot more than everyone else. Also, capital gains taxes don't seem to distort economic behavior very much. Theoretically, taxing capital gains gives people an incentive to invest less in the stock and housing markets because of the rate of returns they make is less. This could cause markets to fall in the short term, make it harder for businesses to find financing in the long term. So if you increase consumption, because the only thing you can really do here with your money other than save it is to spend it today. But higher capital gain taxes may also keep the money in the market be the lock-in effect. Okay, that's true. If you wait longer to sell your stocks and houses, your gains compound more, reducing your overall tax bill. Economists argue about how big these effects are. Capital gains rates don't seem to have much to do with the stock market. For example, when Biden started talking about raising capital gains in 2021, some Goldman Sachs people noted that we've actually changed the tax rate a bunch of times and didn't see much action in the market. Plenty of evidence suggests that higher capital gains taxes make people sell stock less often, but this could just be because they're waiting for the high tax rate to go down again in the future. In general, people don't change their behavior much to avoid capital gains taxes. Meanwhile, dividend tax cuts, which are somewhat similar to capital gains tax cuts, don't seem to induce businesses to increase capital spending, so the economic distortion of higher capital gains taxes is probably not huge. By the way, I've been going to bed at like 8 p.m. My sleep schedule is fucked. And the revenue question. Are the capital gains tax would be a big revenue raiser? Because people aren't likely to take money out of the market long term. Bill Gates has been calling for a capital gains tax. Yep, step up basis. Finance have would eliminate the step up basis loophole entirely. Bill Gates spells out Democrats' tax plans. Capital. I know Warren Buffett. I know Warren Buffett is advocated for taxes quite a bit. Because he's like, oh, Warren Buffett, taxes, secretary. Or I'm sure it'll just come off like this. Oh no, is he arguing for corporate taxes here? Oh no. He's talked about before. He pays less taxes than a secretary.
For billionaire Warren Buffett, who has caused us income last year was more than $62 million. His adjusted gross income after deductions was more than $39 million. He paid just under $7 million in federal taxes. That is 17.4% of his taxable income, which Buffett has said is way too low. That's because most of Buffett's income is taxed at only 15%, the relatively low capital gains rate.
Yeah. All right, I want to read this real quick because Biden gets tough on the border, of course. In many ways, Biden has been the most progressive president in living memory. Poured vast amounts of money into fighting climate change, blah, blah, blah. Also done a lot of important conservative things, open up fracking, push oil production to record highs, increase the number of police on the streets, and so on. After years of largely neglecting the border, Biden's getting tough, arguably tougher than Trump had got. He tried to pass a tough border bill, but Republicans scuttled it in order to stop Biden from getting a win in an election year. Now Biden is preparing an executive order that would bar people from requesting asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border unless inflows drop to a low level. The boy was talking about it earlier. Progressives are already preparing to challenge the executive order in court. I'm not a legal expert, but my guess is this executive order will be struck down just as Trump's were. The core problem is that the U.S. asylum law says that if you illegally cross the border and turn yourself into Border Patrol, you're legally entitled to asylum, just as if you presented yourself at a port of entry. That doesn't mean you'll get asylum. In fact, most people don't. But being able to simply request asylum conveys a lot of benefits. For one thing, you'll be able to apply a lot more quickly than if you waited a port of entry. Basically, entering illegally means you get to jump the queue. Also, you can often wait in the U.S. while you're awaiting your asylum hearing. In other words, asylum gives migrants an incentive to cross the border illegally. That's not actually the same thing as having open borders, but explaining the difference between the average American can be surprisingly difficult. In fact, regular people are often astonished and angry when they learn about this key aspect of the U.S. asylum law. No, you grinding this shit. Ask me what's going on. How is it? How is this not the law before? What the fuck? But the sign executive order on Tuesday that would ban migrants who cross the border illegally from claiming asylum. Obvious solution here is to amend the U.S. law. Many people legal profession would be very upset if we do this, since it's a common viewpoint among lawyers that the right to apply for asylum is a universal human right. Of course, even if we change the law in a way to describe people, would still be able to apply for asylum support entry. Although it would be harder and more dangerous. To some, human rights require that we make asylum applications easier and safer by allowing people to do it by crossing the border illegally. But this point of view will probably make little sense to the average American. The idea that one part of our government should offer an incentive for foreigners to flout another part of the government and the border seems a bit nonsensical. And Americans are generally angry about the border crisis, and they don't feel warmly to those who break the law. Immigration is incredibly important to America's future, and preserving broad, enduring popular support for robust immigration requires staunching the massive chaotic flood of illegal border crossings. Anyway, the real question is why Congress hasn't tried to do this yet. Democrats presumably are somewhat beholden to the progressive activist groups who want to make applying for asylum as easy as possible. Republicans might want to try to keep the border issue around so they have something to bash Democrats about. In any case, as long as Congress leaves the asylum law untouched, it's doubtful that Biden's tough action will solve anything in a durable fashion. True. Okay. All right, time to read about the Phillips curve, baby. Let's get my based economist, okay? And Gregory Mankiw. Based Phillips curve apologist here. And writer of Principles of Economics. The textbook that I initially read. Oh no. Not based. I actually I remember, so I had an economics teacher, right? Initially, I don't want to take economics because I was like more socially leaning. I was like, economics is dumb. I had the. By the way, I think I'm gonna watch later. People on a Econo Boy server were talking about this stupid Vada Panada's video. Pre-watch, all pre-watched. Why is he talking about woman's labor? Right. I skipped through parts of this. I initially watched.
And that in 6 of these very poor.
I initially watched this. This is Bada Panada's response to Unlearning Economics response to his video. I hadn't watched his video. I hadn't watched Unlearning the Economic Responses video, but I did watch some of this. He said that, and people in Econo Boy's Discord server were talking about it. He said something really stupid here, where he's like, the number was adjusted for inflation, and then later they adjusted it again. Why are they adjusting this already adjusted for inflation measure for inflation
countries, the value of the national poverty line was about $1 per day per person, and this formed the basis for the first $1 a day international poverty line. The World Bank later updated this poverty line to $1.25 per day, and then again to the $1.9 per day that we see in our graphs here. Since the specific graphs we're looking at were made, it was also updated yet again in 2022 to $2.15 per day. That they keep updating it, even though it's already adjusted for inflation, should maybe make us a bit suspicious of its usefulness. So this global poverty line was created by looking at the poverty lines of a small number of the world's poorest.
Why would that make you suspicious, aren't they? They're continuing to update it.
So Unlearning Economics is right here. They're continuing to update it for inflation, because inflation isn't something that just happens once and never again. It actually keeps happening. That's how it works.
Okay, firstly, you're an economist. You're an economist. You don't need this explained to you. Why do I have to explain this to you? I figured it would be self-evident for like the 12-year-old Skibidi toilet addicts who watch my channel, but for you it should be completely obvious. Okay, so if you purport to have already adjusted something for inflation, right? It's adjusted for inflation already. That means that this supposed...
Yep, it's adjusted for inflation, and then inflation actually keeps happening. You have to adjust it again.
$1.9 a day poverty line, which has supposedly been adjusted for inflation, and which has then been extrapolated to supposedly adjust for inflation all the way back to 1820, should be like irrespective of time and place. It should be as accurate in the time and place where it was created as it is, 200 years in the past, assuming that it is what they purported to be, which is a way to adjust for inflation over time. So the fact that they have to change it to adjust for prices in the present, because apparently the previous...
they do have to change it to adjust for prices in the present.
That measure, which was already adjusted for inflation, was no longer adequate. It's indicative that there's something, fucked up with their calculations. If they're adjusting it for inflation, but supposedly it was already adjusted for inflation, then, you're the economist. You can explain to me what's going on there, but it doesn't really...
It's an awesome quote. If they're adjusting it for inflation, but it's already been adjusted for inflation, you can just go to the World Bank's website and they explain their reasons behind it. As differences in price levels rise, as differences in price levels across the world evolve, the global poverty line has to be periodically updated to reflect these changes. That's why September 2022, the international poverty line is being updated from 1.9 to 2.15 per person per day. Yeah. International poverty line increases over time, primarily because prices tend to increase. As new PPPs have been released, the World Bank revised the international poverty line from $1 to $1.08 to, you can just go to their website and just read about it. People in our Econo Voice there were talking about it, so we probably will watch it at some point. And then I saw later in his original video, he was talking about he got mad at Matt Darling. I think Matt Darling did do something a little stupid, but arguably less stupid. It's way less stupid than what he just said, so I don't even care. Where Matt Darling just showed a graph of average income, and Bad Up and Nana was well, you should A, use median, and B, disaggregate the data, okay? Because it's possible it's distorted by the super high income of the top 1% or whatever. And then he goes on, and then he shows all the graphs that deflate average hourly earnings using CPI. So, it's well, you're using the highest measure of inflation, CPI, and you're showing average hourly earnings. You're not accounting for the increased non-wage benefits, and you're not accounting for decreases in household size, and you're not, there's other things you probably should account for. Which show that median income has probably not stagnated as much as they would like to have you think. But anyway, where was I? Oh. When I was more socialist leaning, I remember I'm really good. I'm buddies with my economics teacher. And before I took his economics class, I was epically debunking some of the economic stuff. I remember literally reading through. I wasn't in the class, but I had the textbook and I was reading through it and epically debunking some of the stuff. I don't even remember what I didn't like about it, but yeah. 6 beliefs I have about inflation. we're not taking notes in it. This is just a fun post. Okay. This essay discusses 6 of my beliefs about the inflation process that are not universally shared among economists. I began my study of economics in the 1970s when inflation was one of the dominant macroeconomic issues of the day. The ongoing struggles to tame inflation focused on mine, and they led me and many of my classmates into careers as macroeconomists. In my job in the policy world, I spent the summer of 1978 as an intern in the Congressional Budget Office, where I was assigned the task of estimating various specifications for the Phillips curve. The goal was to better understand the forces driving inflation. The Phillips curve was not doing well in the 1970s, right? I mean, like, didn't we have stagflation? 1970s Phillips curve. I don't know, like, it resonated with economists in the 20th century, but became increasingly disputed in the 70s, which saw rising unemployment and inflation simultaneously. Yeah, it was not. Oh, whoa, it doesn't look very. Oh man. Oh, they found a way around. If you just connect the dots, that makes the curve. What did they do? This is good by fit. What? What are these points? What did they do here? These aren't labeled. Okay. I think about inflation is evolved in response to the new events and research. What I would do is briefly discuss 6 beliefs I have about the inflation process. I hold these beliefs tentatively. I'm not entirely sure they're consistent with one another. Trump should be stopped. He will just raise income for oligarchs and big corporations, and working class will be doomed. Mostly true, dude. Welcome back, Spotify too. Show these positions because they're not universally shared. It could be useful in the future. Or if future work either convince me I'm wrong or convince others that I'm right. The Phillips curve is inexorable. Oh man, the Phillips curve apologist here. Based moment. When I talk with economists who are not macroeconomists, they are often surprised that the Phillips curve remains an important concept. And as a textbook author, I sometimes get the suggestion that the whole discussion of the Phillips curve be removed from my books on the grounds that it is hopelessly out of date. By contrast, my own thinking is closer to that of George Akerlof, who in his Nobel Prize lecture called the Phillips curve probably the single most macroeconomic relationship. I have a hypothesis about this, so I'm getting funny DMs right now, about the sources of this disconnect. In the original paper by Phillips, 1958, and the famous follow-up by Samuelson and Sowell, I don't know. The Phillips curve was presented as an unconditional relationship, a negative correlation between inflation and unemployment. Some periods, most notably the 60s, do exhibit a simple downward sloping scatter point points, but that unconditional relationship is long gone. Using data from the past several decades, the scatter plot of inflation and unemployment is now a cloud of points. My perspective, however, is that the Phillips curve is best considered a conditional relationship. If you think, as most economists do, that monetary shocks or aggregate demand shocks more generally push inflation and unemployment in opposite directions in the short run, then there is a short-run Phillips curve. But its downward sloping curve is conditional on what shock is hitting the economy. Defined this way, it's hard to escape the Phillips curve. As I know, the only alternative is a real business cycle theory and its assumption of full monetary neutrality. Maybe. But my sense is that this approach has a few remaining adherents. This means that the short-run Phillips curve is here to stay. Hold on. I think as most economists do, monetary shocks or aggregate demand shocks more generally push inflation and unemployment opposite directions short run. Then there is a short run Phillips curve. The downward slope in COVID is conditional on what shock is hitting the economy. Defined this way, I mean, we kind of had a positive aggregate demand shock during COVID, and unemployment was, I don't know, well, yes. Well. I guess we didn't really have a Phillips curve. Kind of. I guess you could argue that maybe there was a Phillips curve in the short run when inflation was high and unemployment was low, and then we just managed to get rid of the inflation without pushing unemployment up. So there was a positive demand shock that pushed both inflation and unemployment down. Or sorry, inflation up and unemployment down. And then we didn't need the Phillips curve anymore and brought inflation down while keeping unemployment low. I don't know what he means by the only alternative. We don't like. Yeah, anyway. But the Phillips curve is not a very practical policy tool. Even though I was staunchly defending the Phillips curve as a key piece of macroeconomic theory, I'm much less committed to it as a practical tool. In 1997, Alan Blinder wrote that the empirical Phillips curve has worked amazingly well for a few decades. I call this fact the clean little secret of macroeconomists. I checked with Blinder via email, and he would not say the same thing today. The empirical Phillips curve, told me, is either dead or in hibernation. The empirical Phillips curve was probably not all that reliable back in 1997. One paper had major influence on my thinking, was a study by Stock and Watson, 1977. They estimated that the Nauru for 1990 was 6.2%, which at the time was fairly conventional. But more importantly, they estimated that the 95% confidence interval for Nauru went from 5.1 to 7.7%. That is a huge range. I've not seen their econometric exercise performed with more recent data, but I'm willing to bet, given that the breakdown of many Phillips curve equations, that the confidence interval will be even larger today. Over the years, there have been various attempts to find measures of slack that would produce better fitting Phillips curve equations than the unemployment rate does. People have used detrended GDP, short-term unemployment rate, the labor share, the vacancy rate, the quit rate. The ratio of unemployed to job vacancies. Similarly, these various approaches trends carry forever until they stop. Similarly, there are various approaches to measuring expected inflation and supply shocks. A sizable group of macroeconomists are always ready to suggest a new, better specification every time existing Phillips curves goes off track, which occurs all too regularly. The search for a reliable Phillips curve is like the search for the Holy Grail, and engages some of the best people around. They never reach their goal, but somehow they never get deterred from continuing their pursuit. The large confidence intervals for the natural rate, together with the apparent futility of the Holy Grail search, leads me to think that we should not expect much from the Phillips curve as a guide for forecasting inflation or judging the stance of policy. I'm curious. I know the Fed has their estimation of Nauru, which is always low. Or no, it's the fault in our stars. Yeah. Do they have confidence intervals for stuff? CBO estimate. Oh, this is CBO. Oops. Very little predictive power, and it's consistently underestimated. So unobservable is not a word. I feel like unobservable is a word. Yeah. Fuck you. Anti-dictionary. Listen, okay. This is this one is search for reliable Phillips curve. It's like the search for the Holy Grail. Engages some of the best people around that they never reach their goal, but somehow they are never defeated. Sorry, deterred from continuing the pursuit. Okay. This part is arguably true though, okay? Because if you assume an aggregate demand shock, positive aggregate demand shock, would push inflation up and unemployment down, which seems reasonable. Okay, seems reasonable that happens. For aggregate demand shock specifically, there would be a Phillips curve. All like. Okay. Disentangling shocks as supply and demand is nearly impossible in real time. True, based. The poor fit of empirical Phillips curve has an important corollary. Whenever inflation moved away from the Fed target, as it dramatically did in 2022, observers attempted to attribute the change to a shock in aggregate supply or aggregate demand. This is an argument for NGDP targeting. There's this cool guy called Nonfun. You should watch this Instagram reel on NGDP targeting. That might provide some clue as to how transitory the changes are likely to be and how much corrective action the central bank needs to take. The problem is that we don't know the natural rate of unemployment with much precision. It's hard to disentangle supply and demand. That is true, even with the benefit of hindsight, but the task is even more formidable in real time when data are preliminary and incomplete. It is real time that policymakers need to respond. Making matters even more difficult is the key role of expectations and standard theories of the Phillips curve. Expected inflation leads to actual inflation. So when a shock hits the economy, the indirect effect that works through expectations could be at least as important as a direct effect. And how expected inflation responds to its shock presumably depends on policy, or at least people's perceptions about policy. The 2022 inflation surge is case in point. Even now, I don't think we can say for sure what happened. The surge could have resulted from pandemic-related interruptions to supply chains. It could have resulted from excess demand, as the 3.6% unemployment rate was plausibly below Nauru, which may have been altered by the pandemic. Why is he a Nauru defender too? May well have been altered by the pandemic. I guess if you're a Phillips curve defender, you probably are also going to be. There's probably some overlap with Nauru defenders there, but altered by pandemic experience as workers rethought the relationship with the labor market, or it could have resulted because the expectations responded to monetary fiscal policy that was too loose for too long. Very likely, the inflation surge was a combination of all three forces with indeterminate weights. I saw Scott Summer, I think. Or is it Scott Sumter? Scott Summer. It's the NGDP targeting guy. It is Scott Sumer. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find this. Inflation was the demand side. It's not this. Might have been this. He argued. I saw something from him that was arguing it was probably mostly demand side, and a lot of the negative supply side shocks were made up for with positive supply side shocks. Jesus, that came out horribly. Supply side shocks. Aggregate demand is up by 27.6%. Other fiat targeting, which is similar to NGDP price levels targeting, it would have been up by about 17%. So we've had a bit less than 10% extra demand growth. That explains all the extra inflation. How is he calculating this? Under fiat, it should have risen by 8.2%. Supply shocks do explain inflation for shorter periods of time, but people who point to supply shocks tend to forget about that they are transitory. For every negative supply shock in 2022, there's a positive supply shock like 2023. Over any extended period of time, the positive shocks, supply shocks cancel out, leaving virtually all excess inflation due to demand shocks. It's always been this way. The PCE price level index rose at 6.1 annual rate between 1965 and 1981, and GDP rose by 9.6% annual rate. That means the great inflation was 100% due to excess growth in demand, and supply shock has nothing to do with it. Wait, I don't know how he's calculating this. I don't believe some problem. Economists relieve others inflation is due to supply side facts. Inflation experienced over the past 4 years has been all demand side. The total amount of supply side inflation has been zero, none, nada. Okay, I don't know what he means by it should have been. I don't know what he means by it should have been. Our nominal GDP is a useful proxy of the contribution to growth and demand because real GDP tends to rise at about 2% a year on average. A 4% in GDP growth is a useful benchmark for the appropriate monetary policy. Since late 2019, there's roughly been 11% cumulative excess in GDP growth, above 4%. We can more fully explain the roughly 9% cumulative inflation, above 2%. Most economists don't look at things this way. Most economists seem to regard the high inflation resulting from mixed and supply and demand shocks. The recent San Francisco working paper by Adam L. Shapiro provides a decomposition of supply and demand side inflation. This is broadly consistent with estimates I've seen from a number of economists. I think he... Okay. I don't know. I know if NGDP targeting, you target like 4% growth a year, right? So basically, if we're below 4% nominal GDP growth, we're basically going to cause enough inflation to get to 4% growth, right? To 4% nominal growth. But we were already... I don't know what he means. I don't know what he means by should. Hold on. Explain what the author means by should. In this passage. Under flexible average inflation targeting, I'm aware, which aims for an average inflation rate of 2% a year. Over the past 4 years, the PC is increased by 6.7%. According to Fed, it should have risen by only 8.2%. So he's just saying it's not what I thought. Okay, which is coming by 2% per year for 4 years. The author then argues the actual increase of 16.7% indicates approximately 8.5% inflation, arguing that this inflation is due to demand side factors rather than supply side factors. The author uses analysis to argue that the recent inflation is entirely okay. Well, What if I can read more about this later? Here's an interesting. I can get a tease out the contribution, supply and demand side shocks. Inflation is constructed as the weighted sum category level inflation levels. It's straightforward to divide inflation by category or groups of excess categories, separate categories each month into whose prices move to a surprise, change in demand from those who move to a surprise, change in supply. The methodology is based on standard theory about the slopes of supply and demand curves. Shifts in demand move prices and quantities in the same direction along the upward sloping supply curve, while shifts in supply move pricing quantities in the opposite direction. But yes, is how the graph works. Thank you, dude. Mixed feeling about this understatement. I strongly support a technique of looking at co-movements of prices and output to identify supply and demand shocks, but I strongly oppose making inferences about aggregate price changes by aggregating sectorial price changes. On my first published papers, looked at real wage cyclicality. We tried to estimate how real wage cyclicality depended on whether the economy was hit by supply shocks or demand shocks. We identified these two types of shocks by looking at periods where prices and unemployment went in the same direction, demand shocks, and periods where prices and unemployment went opposite directions, supply shocks. So look at them relying on the Phillips curve. So completely on the board with the sort of identification strategy. One can compare changes in inflation of changes in real GDP growth. In my view is that the 2019 and 2024 inflation is all demand side inflation due to the fact that growth was above trend, both prices and output were moving in the same direction. Here looks at price and output data for more than 100 categories of goods and services. Here this technique will lead to overestimated real supply. When an economy of 100% inflation with demand guaranteed, you'll find individual markets negative price output correlation, including supply shock. Okay, so he's just saying you can't prove it's causal. Consider a thought experiment with an economy featuring stable but high rates of inflation generated by fast money growth. Assume that also the public has become used to the rapid inflation, so you wage and financial contracts factor into inflation, i.e. assume that money is roughly neutral. Could imagine an economy where the money supply is doubled every 12 months and all wages and prices rose at similar rates. Output is by assumption at the natural rate. By assumption, this would be an economy where almost 100% inflation is demand side for monetary policy. And yet the price to output correlation would vary a great deal between sectors, as you would still have all sorts of changes in relative prices due to a variety of local supply and demand shocks. In other words, the factors that affect relative prices in individual markets are radically different from the factors that affect overall price level. Shapiro directed me to a new study of Turkish inflation that leads to me to believe that my thought about the experiment is more than just a hypothetical concern. Before considering their study, think about how much inflation is likely to result from supply side factors. If monetary policy generates 4% in GDP growth, then you end up with 2% inflation if output grows at 2% trend rate. But if adverse supply shocks reduce growth to negative 1%, and then GDP continues growing at 4%, then inflation rose to 5%. Thus, I have one problem with the claim that supply shocks could briefly push inflation to 3 percentage points above trend. But what would it take for supply shocks to add to 30% or 50% of a nation's inflation rate? Turkish study by that guy produced this graph. Notice that Turkish inflation peaked at 80% in 2022 and generally runs well ahead of the US. Also note that the proportion attributed to supply and demand shock is similar to estimates in Shapiro's graph for headline inflation. You might think the fact is not surprising. The Turkish authorities use a similar model citing Shapiro's work, but I expect the contribution of supply shocks in an absolute sense to be relatively similar in the two countries, say low to mid single digits. Then if Turkey had a monetary policy to generate extremely high GDP growth, I'd expect almost all the inflation in Turkey to be demand side. Here's the abstract of Turkish paper. We document the demand and supply driven components of inflation in Turkey. They're using the fucking new Turkey name too. By following the decomposition method of Shapiro, the results suggest a recent hike in inflation was started in 2019. deviates significantly around the global inflation rates was initially driven by supply side factors, but over time transitioned into inflationary environment predominantly driven by demand factors. Consistent with this theory, oil and supply exchange rate shocks increase the supply-driven contribution, while monetary policy tightening reduces the demand-driven contribution for inflation. This decomposition can potentially serve as a useful real-time tracker for policymakers. Perhaps the phrase exchange rate shocks is a source of disagreement. In my thought experiment with the money supply doubled each year, I assume that wages and prices also doubled. That's a very important piece. Sorry, that is a very important price. It's the price of foreign exchange, aka the exchange rate. Thus, in 1 year might take the $100 Turkish lira to buy a dollar, the next year 200, 400, 800, blah, blah, blah. I suppose it could be used as an exchange rate shock, but to me, it's just one aspect of demand side inflation. Okay. Which pushes all prices higher, including the price of foreign exchange. So far apart that I wonder if the problem here is terminology. The terms supply and demand were developed to explain relative price changes, specific markets for goods, services, not aggregate price changes. It might be better off using entirely different terminology. Thus, I could use the term nominal inflation for any variation of inflation associated with variation in GDP growth. And I could use the term real inflation for any variation in inflation caused by real inflation. Any increase in outputs tend to depress prices. Thus, if real GDP rises by 2% and any GDP rises by 4%, you could argue that the supply side has depressed the price level to 2%. So does paribus. And demand side is rising by 4%, yielding 2% net inflation. Okay, well, it's fine. We got self-line distracted. We'll be more into it later. Connor should escape the cult of Calvo. As long as I am discussing the inflationary, the Phillips curve again. Let's go. Let's go. The inflationary dynamic in the Phillips curve. I cannot help but mention one of my long-standing pet peeves, the excessive reliance on the Calvo 1983 model. To be sure, the Calvo model is an elegant theory of price setting, and I appreciate the elegance as much as anyone. But the implied inflation dynamics are inconsistent with the data. The model does not generate nearly enough inflationary persistence. Manku 2001 always says himself based. Monetary shocks are widely thought to affect real economic activity with a lag in inflation, with an even longer lag. But this is not the case in the Calvo model. Inflation rate is adjust quickly. That's why people who use the model in empirical exercises typically supplement it with some ad hoc fixes, such as an automatic indexation of some prices to past inflation. Other theories of price setting imply different and more empirically plausible dynamics because they are different expectations. Sorry, they stress different expectations. In the Calvo model, the reliant variable is the current expectation of future inflation. By contrast, Fisher 1977 contracting model, the relevant variable is the past expectations of current inflation. Same is true in sticky information model that I explored with Ricardo Rez 2002. Milton Friedman proposed the natural rate hypothesis in his AEA address, presidential address. He's a bit vague about the timing of expected inflation he had in mind, but in his discussion seems to me to be more consistent with the timing implicit in the contradicting and sticky information theories. Contracting and sticky information. Okay. More speculatively, I've also wondered whether the right variable in Phillips curve may be somewhat different from expected inflation. Maybe something more like an inflation norm. The nominal wage increase you expect from your employer, for example, may depend on the expected inflation, but it may also depend on other things as well, such as wage increases and other workers are getting. Though it may not be obvious how to model norms, that seems an avenue worth exploring. feel like this one should matter more. Work on a second. Monetary aggregates deserve more attention. In June 2022, inflation as measured by CPI from a year earlier reached 9%. The first economist I know who predicted an inflation surge of this magnitude was Jeremy Siegel. I interviewed him. You're still streaming? What the fuck? Get a life? I've only been streaming 4 hours. I don't like this is not that long of a stream. I haven't been streaming for the past 3 days again because I fucking played Minecraft. Non-fun show sucks, man. Where are the girls? I have this. That's about all I got. Unfortunately, apparently, as I've been told by like 5 different people now, my pickup lines suck. They don't go hard, even though they do. So let me hear your Riz. I don't know if you were here earlier. I have 2 pickup lines that no one likes, okay? Even though they are perfect. The first one is, girl must be the labor market because her friction makes me real rigid. That goes hard, okay? Labor market friction, if you don't know, is a real rigidity. Friction, real rigidity. Second thought, have you considered going for men? Yeah, so that's a fucking hard line, okay? What's the stream about today, Fawn? We've been doing mostly economic stuff, and we're gonna, well, I guess we didn't start off with that economic stuff. We started out with some stuff about Trump's immigration policies, and then moved over to more economic stuff. And then I don't know what we're doing next. I should react to content because I need the YouTube views. But he was rizzing up the bombs. I was, bro. Oh, then my second one. Fuck, what was my second one? It was for girl must be the labor market. Oh, girl must be taxes because she not on my tip, which is awesome. But my friends don't like them. Akana Boy doesn't like them either. W Race, exactly. They're awesome. Hello, what the heck? Yeah, this was a good one. Let me stimulate your profits. Okay. So I'm interviewed on CNBC in May 2021. At the time, I was worried about inflation as well. I wrote about it in the New York Times, but I never thought inflation would rise as high as it did. Single seemed to me was being almost alarmist. What am I streaming on? I'm streaming on everything. I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, YouTube Shorts, Trovo, DLive, Facebook, and other shit. I don't know. I'm streaming in Rumble. Facebook, Rumble, Trovo, DLive, Kick, YouTube, Twitch, YouTube Shorts. Yeah. I used to stream on Twitter, but you now need to pay $7 a month to stream on Twitter, and I no longer have that money because of circumstances. Because they weren't supposed to accept, guys. They weren't supposed to accept my offer. I don't have the money. I can't afford. Trovo D Live and Facebook, that's wild. Is there even discoverability in Facebook? Not at all. Nope. Not a single person has ever come into my Facebook chat. You can post reels on Facebook, and I did post some reels on Facebook, and they got not that many views. And I have not been on my shorts game lately, so I have not been making new ones, even though I really should be making new ones. Better off doing an IG live. I can stream on Instagram, but A, it's really buggy to do it, and B, in order to do it, I have to. Okay, basically, I have this program here which lets me set up my horizontal stream. Right. Right now, I just have it linked to YouTube. Like, it's just streaming directly to YouTube. In order to stream to Instagram and YouTube Shorts at the same time, what I need to do is make a second Restream account, which I have, and then stream to Restream vertically to stream to both YouTube and Instagram at the same time. But you can't log into two different Restream accounts at the same time unless you have two different browsers. So like the only thing I use Microsoft Edge for is Restream. And there's no discoverability in Instagram at all either. It's just not worth it. If Meta ever leaned into streaming, they could be huge. I don't know why they don't. I mean, I don't know. They tried, didn't they? Didn't they? Oh no, it's Mixer Microsoft. Mixer was Microsoft, wasn't it? I mean, I don't think anyone goes on Facebook to watch streams. I don't think nobody. I think Ninja streams on Facebook, and he's probably the only semi-popular Facebook live streamer. Yeah, I don't know. I just stream everywhere I can, but Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble are the only actual platforms you get viewers on, and everywhere else it's just like, well, there's no added or kick to I get viewers on sometimes. Like you're a kick viewer. IG showed discoverability of lives. They even had an explore tab. They got rid of all that over time. Yeah. The only people who would ever come into my Instagram live streams were like my friends, like my real life IRL friends. And like, one, they were annoyed because they would get notifications every time I went live on Instagram, and it would just be annoying. And two, it's like I don't even want them seeing some of this. Like, there are IRL friends that like watch my streams, but like sometimes it's just like weird. Like, it's just weird to have like someone that like I went to school with, that I'm not like that close with. Like, we're just like nominal friends. I use the word nominal too much because that's what we're like. We're nominally friends. It's just weird to have them like watch my stream sometimes, and I'm just yelling at people about like Israel and Palestine. So I don't stream there anymore. Do a lot of people use Trovo? Nope. Most of the people who use it are either Russian or Arabic. But the vast majority of people who use it are bots. I used to average like 10 viewers there. They were all bots, and they would all say things. They would all say the exact same, like 1 to 10 pre-written out lines, and they would just copy and paste them. The streamer is so interactive. They would always call me the streamer. I was the streamer to them. I can't wait. I'm so excited about what the streamer is setting up. Like, okay, he turned out to be right. He made his prediction by looking at M2, which in 2021 had expanded at a rate not seen since this standard time series began in 1960. It is fashionable these days to ignore monetary aggregates. It may be time to rethink that position. Most of the arguments that people make to justify ignoring these aggregates don't hold much water. Some people point out that measuring the quantity of money is hard in a complex financial system such as ours. That is true, but I have discussed it is time to gauge how much slack there is. And that doesn't stop people from trying to measure trying to measure to adjust inflationary pressures. Twitch used to get a lot more bots. My favorite bot comment of all time is, "How can I be, how can I be more like you?" That's awesome. The only bots I've ever seen on Twitch are like the free viewers on or best cheap viewers on so and so website. My cat knows I'm streaming. He won't come to me. He left. Let me point out the monetary aggregates have a poor track record in forecasting inflation in recent years, at least before the pandemic surge. That's true as well, but the Phillips curve also has a poor track record as a forecasting tool, and that doesn't stop people from focusing on it. Still, other people have note that central bankers these days don't talk much about monetary aggregates and their policy announcements. That's not so true, but perhaps they should. In any event, monetary economists should not take their lead from central bankers any more than economists studying optimal taxation should feel constrained by the rhetoric of the House Ways and Means Committee. And then 6. I read this already. I think I mentioned this earlier. This was an interesting argument. A target for 2%, a target of 2 for inflation is better than a target of 2.0. Last belief I want to share is concern for the Fed's inflation target. There's reasonable argument that the Fed should increase its inflation rate to say 4% because doing so would ensure that the zero lower bound on interest rates declines less frequently. I am ambivalent about this conclusion, and I won't comment on that debate here. However, I feel strongly that a target of 2% inflation is superior to a target of 2.0% inflation. The difference between these targets, of course, is a number of significant digits. If you recall some science class you had in high school, you likely learned that the number of digits a person reports should reflect the precision of his or her estimate. Central bankers often forget that lesson. They sometimes speak as if they are targeting an inflation rate of 2.000%. It would be better if central bankers admitted to the public how imprecise the ability to control inflation is. They should not be concerned if inflation falls to 1.6, that comfortably rounds up to 2, and they should be ready to declare victory in fighting inflation when the inflation rate gets back down to 2.5%. As the adage goes, that's good enough for government work. Maybe the Fed should ditch a specific number for inflation and instead offer a range as other central banks do. The Fed could say, for example, that it wants to keep the inflation between 1 and 3. Doing so would admit the Fed governors are not quite as godlike as they sometimes feign, but in the wake of the substantial, largely unexpected inflation surge of 2022, more humility among central bankers and monetary economists would seem to be in order. And then this is all just citations. The exonerable and mysterious trade-off between inflation and unemployment. What? Did they do Google Scholar or something? Is it part of the document you're reading off of? No, it was just a quick blog post from Gregory Mankiw, who's an economist. What's up, holy lazy duck? Welcome back. This is the real Phillips curve defense going on here. We gotta read this later. Let's go. More Phillips curve defense. Woo! How are you? Inflation today? I'm doing pretty good. Inflation is also doing pretty good. 2.9%, back under 3%, baby. Let's go. And that's CPI, which is going to be the highest measure of inflation, and it's distorted by owner's equivalent rent, which lags behind other market data. Is the harmonized data out already? Harmonized inflation data. June. 2.2%. Or wait, not June, July. $2.3%. No, what's year over year? $2.6%. Okay. Wait, this is Germany. What? Hold on, it's in am I not thinking of the right thing? The fucking harmonized inflation data doesn't include housing, right? Isn't that what that is? Oh wait, this is the European. Wait, what am I thinking of? Fucking Oh no, wait, I'm half thinking of it because harmonized inflation data doesn't include housing. It just doesn't include it for European because they don't include housing in their inflation measures. U.S. July inflation x housing. Here we go. This is what I want. Bulk of July inflation was concentrated in housing. It accounted for 90% of the increase in consumer price index. Energy and food were on the tamer side. Energy prices were flat, and the cost of food rose 0.2%. Grocery prices barely rose. The cost of new and used cars both declined to extend a recent trend. Dealers offering more incentive to lure buyers, especially if interest rates so high. Cooling prices also fell, and medical costs a bit less. On the flip side, auto insurance rose sharply again. Oh, give me a second. What the heck? Wait, I think I am. Hold on. We do call it harmonized data. Hold on. Wait, this. Where? How do I just? Wait. Okay, so we don't have it. What the fuck? Okay, well, whatever. All right. You aren't a real man if you aren't voting for Trump. True, Carter. Carter, I think you would like that song, "Gays for Donald," because that I can't play it on stream because it's Twitch would ban me for hate speech, and I'd get a copy strike on YouTube. That song is awesome, though. Yeah, let's look it up. He gets so offended by everything. That's so true. I'm trying to think of just like how you get offended when I say Jimmy Carter was the best president in U.S. history. What else do you get offended when I say? Oh no, you get mad when I talk about the Angry Birds 5-point scale. Okay. How to increase taxes on the rich if you must, by my man and Gregory Mankiw. Essays for combating inequality and by blah, 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 blah. I would like to begin with what I hope is a non-controversial proposition. Rich people are not all the same. I bring up this fact because we live in a time where inequality is high, when demonizing the rich is popular in some political circles, and when various policies are being proposed to increase the redistribution of economic resources. In his brief essay, I won't comment on whether we should redistribute more. That question is hard, and it involves less economics and political philosophy, which is not my comparative advantage. Good one, bro. Go on, bro. Nice one, bro. Rather, I was sure that we are going to increase redistribution and discuss alternative ways to do so. As we evaluate many proposals, it is worth keeping in mind some of the ways rich people differ from other people. Consider two hypothetical CEOs. Oh, he's gonna do. I've seen him do this before. Sam Spend It and Freddie Frugal or something like that. Each of these earns, say, $10 million a year, putting them in the top 100th of the 1% of the income distribution. But other than an income, the two executives are very different. I'm starting to lose control, and I'm upset. I may feel like I'm saying hurtful things that are hurtful. Is that number 5 on the Angry Birds 5-point anger scale? Are you at a 5 right now? Are you at a red? Are you at red on the Angry Birds 5-point scale? What's this about? Is about taxes. Let's get hype. Woo! I'm at 4 right now, but you're really making me go up to a 5. One executive who I will call Spendthrift. I can't fucking speak, dude. Happens every time I don't stream because I'm playing Minecraft. Sam Spendthrift uses all his money living the high life. He drinks expensive. Okay. Not all rich people the same. Consider the cases of Sam Spendthrift and Frank Frugal. By the way, I have maybe I'll make this I can make this my opening statement in a debate. Consider the case of Sam Spendthrift and Frank Frugal. Don't you think we should be taxing Sam Spendthrift more, Frank Frugal less? You get a wealth tax. Did you give up? Give up on what? Taxes Frank Frugal even more than Sam Spendthrift. I've also been thinking like maybe next time I do a wealth tax debate. For my opening statement, I'll just say I don't have an opening. I just have like a series of like yes or no questions that I'll get into later, and then I'll just run through with them, like all the things that like a wealth tax like dog shit. Like yes or no. Do you think this tax is going to be more administratively costly than other taxes? Yes or no? Does it have higher avoidance rates? Yes or no? Do corporate taxes have an incidence on workers' wages? Okay, and we'll just like run through all of those as quickly as possible, and then we can get into to thinking on the margin. Thinking into how much they decrease wages and shit. Did you go up on reading about why not all rich people are bad? What do you mean did I give up on that? We're reading that right now. I just get distracted easily because I talk to chat and I go on tangents because I have fucking ADHD. And you're literally making fun of someone who's neurodivergent and a minor. I'm not a minor. I'm just barely neurodivergent. It's a cringe term, but whatever. One executive uses all his money, living a high life. He drinks expensive wine, drives Ferraris, and flies his private jet on lavish vacations. He gives large amounts to political party candidates, hoping these contributions will give him an ambassadorship someday. When that does not work, he spends large sums financing his own quixotic run for presidency. This is money. Living a high life. No. I'm not making fun of you. My bad. I was eating. I thought you were starting a new document. I was looking away. Oh, no. You're good. Well, we did start a new document just because we finished the other one. The other one is about inflation. This one is about, like, wealth taxes. Expensive cars. Expensive wine. And giving large amounts to political parties. I see. Listen, I'm pretty lenient on people making fun of me anyway, so don't feel you have the right to make fun of me. Fonda, you have a streaming schedule? Not really. I would very much like to. but I'm really lazy and really bad at having a consistent sleep schedule. Not having a consistent sleep schedule makes it hard to have a stream schedule. What I think I still have my thing on Twitch set to 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. That's usually the time range in which I stream. It's like usually somewhere between 5 p.m. and 4 a.m. But I think technically, it should be the global. Yeah, it should be. It should be 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. I just am bad at doing that. Like today, I started streaming way earlier. I started streaming because I've already been streaming almost 5 hours, and it's only 9 p.m. So, not very good at that. Other executive, who I recall Frank Frugal, makes just as much money as Sam, but he takes different approaches to his good fortune. Who both earn same yearly income. Frank Frugal lives modestly, saving most of his earnings and accumulating a sizable nest egg every day. I try to stream every day. I'm pretty good about it sometimes, but then I do what I did a few days ago, and I open Minecraft and play Minecraft for 3 days straight without streaming. So you can see, we had a decent streak here, 5, 6, I missed a day, 8, 9, 10, missed a day again, 13, 14, you can see, I'm pretty consistent. And then I opened Minecraft, and I actually did not stream for 5 days. Oops. Part of it was also I broke my sleep schedule because I stayed up late/early. I stayed up late, so late that it became early, which broke my sleep schedule because I was going to bed at 11 a.m. and getting up at 2 a.m. and it was just fucked. So. Grows the opportunity to influence the political process. Instead, he invests his money in successful startups, which he's quite good at identifying. He plans to leave some of his wealth to his children, grandchildren, nephews, and nieces. Most of his wealth, however, he plans to be bequeathed to his alma mater, where it will support financial aid for generations to come. Lives modestly. Saves his money. According to MMT, lowering interest rates will lower inflation but increase unemployment. Well, that's according to your bullshit MMT theory. Oh, fuck. Walter's right. You know what else we're gonna start reading? Coven, okay? We're gonna Sample gave me a good I don't know where I put it. Some of these fact sheets, some of these social democrat fact sheets have epic MMT debunked talking points. Ben Shapiro bad. Social democrat fact sheet though. 2010, Ben argued that homosexuality is a mental disorder because homosexuals with higher rates of depression cannot reproduce. Thank you, Ben. Where's MMT bad? Modern monetary theory, bad. More expensive for good, to be honest. Just go over it. Okay. Most economists don't support monetary theory. I would assume so. Fuck, what the I hate Internet Archive. Been tried in various Latin American countries, caused runaway inflation. It's been tried in various. Oh, the Cato Institute, let's go! Dude, I can't believe it broke Bimmy's brain so much when I cited the Cato Institute for one single thing. He brought it up in the next debate when I literally did not cite it at all in that debate. MMT has argued that IS curve is vertical, which isn't true at all. MMT doesn't exactly have a testable, falsifiable hypothesis that we can compare to neoclassical economics. It's probably still up, right? Damn, yeah. Or his grievances with the Institute's research. He doesn't have any because he's never read anything they wrote and he doesn't actually understand anything. His grievances are they're libertarian and they're right wing propaganda. So he doesn't listen to anything. I studied them on it wasn't real wages, it wasn't time prices. I forget exactly what I even cited them on. It might have been on a trade thing because we were talking about trade at the time, and he lost his fucking mind. And like literally, I cited one thing by them, a single thing, a single time, and he has not stopped talking about it. He literally brought it up in their next completely unrelated debate. I was like, it broke his brain so bad. Real wages are too high. They need to be lower. This is yeah, that's gonna be I've started like jokingly like saying like I'm pro inflation or whatever. I'm gonna start saying that too. I'm pro inflation because real wages are too high and I think they need to be lower. Save this money as well as invest it in startups, successful startups. He's quite good at identifying. Plans to leave. Mankiw is anti-estate tax though, so he's not actually based. His no ability has any facts, so he just goes to the only things capable of understanding true. Most of his money to his alma mater or whatever the fuck, isn't that your college? Question mark? I'm pretty sure. School or college that he wants to attend.
Alma mater.
Alma mater. He's anti-stakes because he's has a big inheritance. See, actually, yeah, he's pretty old. I would assume his parents already died. He's 66 years old. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you're trolling or not. Ask yourself, who should pay higher taxes? Sam spenders or staying frugal? I can see the case for them taxing them the same. After all, they're the same earnings. One might argue how they choose to spend their money is not easy for the government to judge or influence. I am more inclined, however, to think Mr. Frugal should be taxed less than Mr. Spendthrift. The argument is Frugovian. Mr. Frugal's behavior confers positive externality, both in members of the extended family and the beneficiaries of his charitable bequest. Moreover, by increasing the economy's capital stock, his savings reduces the return to capital, increases the labor productivity and real wages. If one is concerned about the income distribution, this pecuniary externality can also be viewed as desirable. What I find harder to believe is Mr. Frugal should face higher taxes than Mr. Spendthrift. Who should be taxed more? An argument to be made. They should be taxed the same. Once they have the same income. How they spend their money. Not being influenced by the government. However, Frank Frugal's investment occurs more positive externality. Is long-run growth. So it's better to tax him less. The wealth tax would end up taxing Frank Frugal. Or than Sam Spendthrift. Thus encouraging more billionaires to act like Sam Spendthrift. What is exactly what occurs in some policy proposals is now being widely discussed. I'm referring in particular to the wealth taxes advanced by Senator Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, both of whom are now running for the Democratic nomination for president. These taxes, if successfully implemented, would hit Frank Frugal hard, but would be much easier on Sam Spendthrift. There are better ways to redistribute economic resources, ways that do not penalize frugality. In particular, I'm attracted to policies championed by Andrew Yang, of course, the former tech executive entrepreneur who is also running for a Democratic nomination. Mr. Yang proposed enacting a value-added tax and using revenue to provide every American with universal basic income of $1,000 per month, which he calls a freedom dividend. It's easy to see how Yang's proposal would work. Value-added taxes are essentially sales taxes, and they prove to be remarkably efficient at raising revenue in many European countries. And dividends are universal. It would be simple to administer. are better. Andrew Yang is weird. I don't even remember. Better policies. Distribute wealth. Using a VAT. Taxes consumption. That's low avoidance. And that's proven effective. At raising revenue. In many European countries. And using it to... There's gotta be a better way to write this. Too many commas and too many ands. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. sought a meeting last week with Democratic nominee Kamala Harris to discuss the possibility of serving his administration as cabinet secretary if he throws his support behind her campaign and she wins. This would be awesome. Although, I don't know. I think I've seen stuff suggesting that he's taking more voters from Trump than he is from... Kamala Harris, so it could actually end up being bad. RFK Jr. is shopping his endorsement between Trump and Kamala to get to the best position of one of their cabinets. This guy isn't in the way that he's looking at it for itself. Possible deal. Yeah, he shouldn't drop out, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know. Kamala could lock RFK Jr. as an actual cabinet member. Actual cabinet third way key. Sure. More people mad at me. Wow. Even using the Obama created inflation tool that removes inflation components. He didn't like... Wait, what? Oh, what is happening? Components inflation is misleading because prices. You have it right. Here's an example. Ribeye. Look, only at 4% this year. Wait, isn't it more than 6% over the last 4 years? Yeah, good one, bro. Meanwhile, wages are maybe 50% at the same time. It doesn't keep up inflation. Not good, except wage growth did exceed inflation for the last 4 years. True. That's 17% increase in wages. Using the Obama created inflation tool that removes inflation components, he didn't like wages have certainly not kept up with inflation. Inflation adjusted wages as a percent of January 2020. Oh, so it's just indexed to 20. Okay. There's a big spike because the low wage workers were dropped off and it came back down, and it's been decreasing since. I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about here. The Obama created inflation measure. I don't know. I know specifically for food that wages have outpaced food inflation pretty consistently. Oh dear God, it's not misleading at all. Inflation is a rate on absolute price of goods. True, you lack understanding inflation. It's the problem. Yes, correct. Yes. Maybe better if you didn't endorse Kamala. I feel as if the amount of people he pulls away from Trump doesn't compare to the amount of people who will mindlessly vote for Trump due to the current state of the economy versus when Trump was in power. I mean, the issue is, if he's taking away more votes from Trump than he is from Kamala, assuming that the people who he's taking away from Trump don't listen to his endorsement, because I doubt they would, and just vote for Trump anyway.
We want.
Then it would probably end up being bad. Ask Kamala questions about our past at DA, even if she had it tough. All the rumors I hear, I would ask her 3 questions about black and brown men going to prison, interviews, try to help her understand a survival standpoint. From a survival standpoint, she never had to encounter.
Nobody cares about the fact that we've got a bunch of young black and brown men in prison. That argument is not working. What I suggest we do as African Americans is own this issue in law enforcement and then define it in a way that works for us, because it is a myth to say that African Americans don't want law enforcement. We do. We want our grandmothers to be able to walk to church and be safe. We want our babies to be able to walk to the park and be safe. What we don't want is racial profiling. What we don't want is excessive force. What we don't want is to have our civil liberties and civil rights be stripped. But we do want law enforcement. So let's define
This is the radical liberal defund the police Kamala Harris, by the way,
it in a way that works for us.
according to Republicans.
By saying, I want community policing. I want a police department that works in my neighborhood and in my community that reflects the mores and the culture and respects my grandmother, again, when they walk in to talk to her. I want a system of accountability in the criminal justice system that says law enforcement needs to own crime prevention as much as it talks about long sentences. Because nationally, only 18% of serious crime results in an arrest. So if I, as law enforcement, with my responsibility to keep you safe, only talk about keeping you safe by sending people to prison for a long time, I'm necessarily going to fall short, because the vast majority of that crime's not even hitting my system. So if I'm going to keep my promise to you to keep you safe, I better talk with you about what I'm doing in terms of crime prevention, which means recognizing that people coming out of the state prisons, 60% will recidivate if we don't get them in reentry programs, if we don't get them in job training, job readiness, get them in programs that deal with their substance abuse, get them in meaningful housing and employment so they don't recidivate. We could talk about it in terms of is it the right thing to do? Of course it is. But I'm done talking about it like that. I'll just talk about it on this basis. If that person commits another crime, I have to spend $10,000 to try that felony. They sit in my county jail for $35,000 a year. I'm running a reentry program out of my office in San Francisco DA's office that brings folks back into the community at an expense of $8,000 a year. Guarantees them employment, guarantees them meaningful reunification with their family. Nobody cares about the
I've never, for as much as Republicans keep trying to, I should be fair, progressives have been getting mad at Kamala Harris's fucking DA track record for a while too. When she ran in 2020, they were all mad at her. What is this? This is about, okay. I've never seen a clip of Kamala Harris acting or being wrong about something about crime, or being unintelligent about something about crime. You can clip her out of context of there's that one clip of her saying, for the longest time the thought was if you had more police on the street there'd be less crime, and that's just not true. If you actually watch that clip in a longer context, the point she's making was totally right. I've literally never seen her look unintelligent on crime. I've only ever seen her do things like that, or do things like she just did, where she talked about the need for better policing. Not necessarily, not the I don't want to say tough on crime, not the maybe I don't know, maybe tough on crime is the right word, but not the current shit. And that's a note, by the way, the truancy thing, which people get as mad at her about, okay? You can find the video of her explaining it. The reason why she did that was because she looked at data and saw that I think 94% of homicide victims were high school dropouts. So obviously she's going to go after parents who aren't sending their kids to school when 94% of homicide victims are high school dropouts. Like there is definitely good reason behind it. Whether or not it was executed in the best way, I mean, you can maybe argue that point. I mean, I think it's probably fair to, I mean, it depends on circumstances, obviously, but if a parent actually is making no attempt to contact the school to have their kid go to school, then it probably is fair to arrest them, probably. Because you are absolutely setting that child up for failure. Yeah. Do you have money to provide a universal basic income? You see how the influence will work. Value-added tax essentially sales tax is universal. DA universal income is not new, but bold. Of course, this idea has critics, but from my perspective, critics often rely on arguments, not help scrutiny. Let me explain why. Consider two plans aimed at providing social safety net for out purposes. Let's keep things simple by assuming both are balanced budget plans. A means tested transfer of $1,000 per month aimed at a truly needy. The full amount goes to those with zero income. The transfer is phased out. Oh, the trap is no way. Recipients lose 20 cents for every dollar of income they earn. These transfers are financed by progressive income tax. The government taxes 20% in all income. By the way, I pre-watched this. There's a video of him giving this example that I've seen before. The government taxes, so I'm going to have the right answer. The government taxes 20% of all income tax, or all income above $60,000 a year. B, a universal transfer of $1,000 a month for every person, financed by 20% flat tax on all income. Would you prefer to live in society A or safety net, or would you prefer a society of safety net A or safety net B? When I asked about this question to a group of Harvard students, over 90% concluded that Plan A is better. The arguments were as follow. Plan A targets transfer payments to those who need the most money. As a result, it requires smaller tax increase in the money and taxes levied on those only with high incomes. Plan B is crazy. Why should rich people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos receive government transfer? They don't need it, and we should raise money to pay for it. Superficially, these arguments might seem compelling, but there's one rub. The two policies are equivalent. Look at net payment. That is taxes less transfers. Everyone is exactly the same under two plans. A person with zero income gets $12,000 a year in both cases. A person with an annual income of $60,000 gets zero in both cases. A person with an income of $160,000 pays $20,000 in both cases. Everyone always faces the same effective marginal tax rate at 20%. In other words, everyone's welfare is identical under two policies, and everyone faces the same incentives. The difference between plan A and B is only a matter of framing. This example teaches two lessons. First, if you find something like plan A attractive, you recognize the equivalence of plan B, you should find something like plan B attractive. Many critics of universal basic income fail to make the leap because they do not notice the equivalence between these two approaches. Once you see the equivalence, plan B is easier to embrace. And it looks even better when you realize that universal benefits and flat taxes are easier to administer than means-tested and progressive taxes. The second lesson from this example is how misleading it can be to focus on taxes and transfers separately. Emmanuel Saez, Zuckman. It's accurate to say the plan A is lower taxes, more progressive taxes, and more progressive tax transfers. But so what? Those facts do not stop it from being precisely equivalent to plan B. The equivalence is clear only when tax and transfers are considered together. What about a record were they really upset about? The only scandal I know, are you talking about Republicans or progressives? I'm assuming you're talking about progressives, right? The only scandal I don't know much about was the time where she was an AG and people are accused of keeping people in prison for labor. But all the others have either been wrong, lies, or a fault of her office, not her. I think he's referring to Kamala. I know he's referring to Kamala Harris. Welcome back, by the way. I just don't know. He's referring to progressives being mad at her. We want to keep people locked up for labor, yeah. Or she corrected her mistakes or whatever. Yeah. So the the prison labor thing, basically there were people eligible for early release, and her office argued against them being released early because of the need for firefighter labor during a particularly harsh wildfire season in California. Kamala Harris later said that they did that without her knowledge. It wasn't directly her or anything. Whether we don't really know whether or not that's true. She could just be lying. She could just be covering her ass there. That's the story there. Captain Prison unsuccessfully argued against the early release of prisoners over the need for firefighter labor. Harris claims they did so without their knowledge, spoke out against it when it became public. Yeah. But the fact is, the ultra commonly acted on papers and media articles to describe the distribution of taxes without considering the distribution of transfers. As they finance such presentations, data are incomplete to the point of being deceptive. With incomplete reporting, one might be led to conclude a society using Plan A is more progressive than a society using Plan B, but it's not the case because policies are functionally the same. Finally, so you know, a safety net described in either Plan A or B. It's just a version of the negative income tax Milton Friedman proposed in his book Capitalism and Freedom back in 1962. Are these the Sam Altman UBI studies? No, this is just a like quick essay by someone. It has something to do with those the recent UBI stuff. So the safety net described in either Plan A or B. It's just a version of negative income tax. I remember reading about it as a student 40 years ago and thinking it was a good idea. I was not alone in that judgment. In 1968, more than 1,000 economists signed a letter endorsing such a plan, including luminaries like James Tobin, Paul Samuelson, Peter Diamond, and Martin Feldstein. Any version focuses on taxing consumption rather than income is even better than Friedman's because it won't distort the incentive to save and invest. Could 1,000 economists all be wrong? Well, yes, they could, but my judgment is that in this case, they are not. Universal basic income financed by efficient tax like value-added tax or perhaps a carbon tax might be a social safety net worth considering. I'm not predicting that this idea will have much success in the current political environment, but I find it reassuring to keep good ideas popping up in political discourse. Maybe someday they will influence actual policy. Okay, I didn't take notes because I thought this example would be a sidetrack, but this example is actually the rest of the thing. Okay. Okay. So I want to just copy this. Oh, here. Wait. I'm pretty sure I can. Flat tax on top of the current tax structure. No, these aren't. I would assume you would repeal our current income tax structure and then do a flat tax for this hypothetical. We need to massively cut government spending for what, a flat tax? I don't know if a flat tax would necessarily. I don't think it would be that significant. Any revenue decrease. Because A, it would be easier to administer, so you would save money on IRS agents. And B, I don't know how the margin breaks down for like income tax payments. I should know. I feel like I definitely have it written down somewhere, like the top 10% pay 70% of income taxes or something. Tourists pay the vast majority. I think that is true in income taxes. I don't know where I have that written down. Mostly capital gains and interest dividends. I feel like it's probably here. Top quintile funded 90% of or 1% trillion of all government transfers, but I feel like there's a link that somewhere it's like who pays federal income tax or something that like directly goes over this. I don't know where it is. Oh, this is who pays taxes. Anyway. Face value. Or add face value. Well, an A seems to be more progressive. Based on adjusted gross income, every individual taxpayer, a flat 20% tax would collect trillion. Yeah, a lot less. Okay, that's fair. Is that who's that? Is that from what, Tax Foundation or CBL? I'm not saying that because I don't accept their data. I'm just asking. I was curious. Just Googled it. Okay. Both plans are actually exactly equivalent. In terms of net payment. Average 1%. Everyone, in other words, everyone's welfare is identical, and the two policies, everyone faces the same incentive. This showcases two things. First, if you find Plan A attractive, and B, should also be attractive. And even more so. When you consider it's easier to administer. Second is how misleading it can be to focus on taxes and transfers separately. What do you mean? 12.5 trillion adjusted gross income for all U.S. citizens? Are you just saying? Are you just saying that's their income, and you're just going to take? Are you just using that to estimate how much money the flat tax would take? Yeah, okay, that's what you're doing. I'm confused. Okay. So you're going to focus on tax and transfers separately. Yeah, I think we take about 3 trillion in income taxes. Because I remember looking or seeing some stuff about that when talking about Trump's proposal to replace income tax with tariffs, which would not be good. Stress effect is all too common to see. Academic papers made article described distributing tax without considering distribution of transfers to finance. Such presentation of data incomplete to the point of being deceptive. With income tax incomplete reporting, one might be led to conclude society A is more progressive than society B, but that's not the case when the policies are functionally the same. Finally, you should note that the safety net described by either plan or B. It's just a form of negative income tax. Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right. Ugh. I don't know. Dude, people on Twitter make me so mad. They just need people just need to take a macroeconomics class. 20% flat tax save the average citizen a large sum of money. I don't know actually. It would depend. Probably not, because you probably decrease the amount of transfers that you get. No, hell no. I don't think. No, there's no way there's no way the median American is taxed at a 20% effective rate, right? Especially when you consider transfers. The bottom 50% effectively pays no tax, yeah. You're taking transfers. Yeah. Even the fourth quintile don't pay 20% effective rate. So no. I think we're looking at the same chart. Oh, this is the updated one. Yeah. Numbers scroll up. Well, this is showing what we're looking at, but yeah. I didn't look at this because it's not a chart. It's just numbers, which is boring, lame. It's not a table, it's a chart. There's no chart up here. Wrong. This is the first chart. The fuck? Half of taxpayers paid 97.7% of federal income tax. Tax Cuts Act reduce average tax rates across income groups. What the fuck? Don't roll up with him an apology. No, you fucking don't. Wikipedia Adolf Hitler. Awesome, dude. Fire. Alright. Like I said, I've been going to bed at fucking 8 p.m. So I'm done for today. Thanks everyone for watching. Appreciate you all being here. I love streaming. A lot of people watch me stream. I had fun today. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. I gotta get back on the grind. Bro, I just got here. Did I raid Hassan with 2 viewers? Let's go! I can! Okay, everyone's gonna hop it for the Hassan raid. Are you kidding me, bro? Everyone go to Twitch right now. Nice. Guys, people are not headed to Twitch. I'm still at 2 viewers right now. You're gonna embarrass me in front of Hassan. The Hassan Piker. I can't possibly be. You guys are bad at listening. I still love you anyway. It's fine. Okay. See you guys later. See you guys tomorrow. I'll stream longer tomorrow. See ya. Good night.